hustling for GEDLICH Racing. They both go deep into the corner. It is the penultimate weekend of the season in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. We are about to go racing for the first time this weekend at MotorLand Aragón. Welcome along to the first of 2 days of live action from this circuit. We are very excited to be bringing you all of the action from MotorLand this weekend. Myself, Adam Weller, back in the commentary box once more, and this time joined by Andrew Mather, who we'll hear from in just a couple of moments' time. A nod to Andy McEwen, our previous colleague, who I think is currently sipping a margarita somewhere elsewhere on the planet. But we are excited to be with you at Aragon. Of course, Izzy Browning is down with us as well. She'll be in the pits and on the grids for our races, as was the case last time out. The circuit in question this weekend then, 5.3 kilometers in length, 18 corners for these drivers to tackle, 10 of which are to the left and 8 of which are to the right. Plenty of elevation change on this circuit that has been a hidden gem, I would say, in the international motor racing community since it was established all the way back in 2009. The skies overhead may not be the most picturesque at the moment, but the conditions are nice and cool, and that will allow the engines a little bit more breathing room, especially on the big GTs later on. We're due overcast, but hopefully nothing more sinister than that all throughout the day this weekend. Of course, the Formula Winter Series will be out on the circuit first of all this weekend. Then it will be the GT4s, the prototypes and the GTs all racing today on our first afternoon of action here at MotorLand. So we're excited to talk you through all of these races. The cars for the Formula Winter Series race are being warmed up at the moment, and these drivers, of course, in many cases making their first steps into the world of car racing, having previously competed in the world of karting. And Andrew, you've got a broad CV prior to joining us this weekend. Welcome to the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. But this is some very familiar entry list for you. Lots of names you're familiar with.
I know, it's a good one to start with for Formula Winter Series for their third meeting of this 2025 season. A good mix of drivers stepping up from the world of international karting into their first foray here at MotorLand Aragón in a single-seater sense, and it's been a cracking season so far. Some very competitive races along the way, and some good conditions, I think, for the drivers as well. You know, 2 full rounds of learning with the Tata chassis and everything. Now you're starting to get into the meat of the season. I always call this stage of the season like moving day. We're not quite at the bitter end of the season where championships and prizes will be decided, but a good weekend here at Aragon sets you up well for the finale at Barcelona.
Yes, absolutely right. And of course, for our championship leader in the Formula Winter Series, already a comfortable margin for Gabriel Gomez, currently 34 points to the good in the championship lead. It would take quite a lot of moving and shaking for anything to change, let's say, in favour of him winning the championship this weekend. It would have to be a disastrous weekend for Leo Robinson if it were to be mathematically possible. But Gomez's form this season, podiums all year long, that has been quite the sight to behold.
It has been a sight to behold. It's one that I've been quite familiar with. His form from karting. He was one of the top drivers in the top karting OK categories in the last couple of years. Had a very strong European Championship run last year. So yeah, seeing him take that step and that competitiveness into this first rung of single seaters, he's of course got a little bit of a head start on some of the other drivers in the field. He actually made that move into the F4 categories in the autumn last year. So. Yeah, all the eyes will be on him. There'll be a bit of pressure there, but he definitely knows how to deal with it.
He does, and he has been exemplary so far this season. Of course, Leo Robinson has traditionally been his closest competition. They've been alongside each other on the grid more often than not this year. But for the race coming up, it is an all-us racing front row. Gabriel Gomez and the Alpine Academy member Kabir Anurag on the front row of the grid. So an all-us racing row number 1. And then the best performance we've seen from a Yenza car in qualifying, Bart Harrison, looking to be a disruptor from 3rd position on the grid for this race. Of course, we did allude to it in the briefest of terms at Valencia that there was an investigation looming, an appeal looming after a disqualification over Leo Robinson's head. We know it's going to be a good couple of weeks before that hearing regarding the disqualification is actually heard. So until such time as the season is concluded, we're not going to quite know what the resolution to that is. So we'll cross our fingers and hope it doesn't affect too much in that regard. But for now, Leo will be focusing on working his way up the field, and he will be doing so from 7th place. He's always been a lightning fast starter. This will be more critical than ever for Leo Robinson that he gets out of the gates well today. Yeah,
absolutely. We'll be looking to use that experience and that knowledge that he's got so far. Has had a bit of a tough qualifying though today that we'll get on to in a short while, but this is a circuit you can overtake around, especially that long run down the back straight before one of the biggest braking zones on any circuit that we visit this season. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on the number 6 there for coming through the field from what will be for this first race of the day, row 4.
Yeah, he's going to have some work to do from 7th on the grid. Of course, we've had some rotations as well in terms of driver lineup. AKM Motorsport welcoming 2 new drivers in the form of Ginevra Panzeri. She makes her car racing debut this weekend alongside Marcus Sater, who is joining us from Ginetta Juniors last year, and he's in a single-seater for the first time in racing conditions this weekend. We also have bid our final farewell for the season to Alicia Palmowski. Chloe Chambers remains with us this weekend in the Campos lineup. Rafaela Ferreira is back in for the first time since Portimao. And of course, we do have some of those drivers that joined us for the first time at Valencia, the likes of David Walter and Gennaro Trapper. Those drivers are down in the team positions for this race. We'll keep an eye on them as well. A lot of the exciting battles, as is often the case, has been going on down there in the team places. I think that Enya Fry is going to be one to watch in this race, in particular from 11th on the grid. Reason being that he is 11th on the grid. He is in his 2nd season, not just with Yenza in F4, but also his 2nd season of FWS. And Bart Harrison, his teammate, is in 3rd position. He's going to be keen to move up the field, right some wrongs, I suppose, and get into the points.
Oh, absolutely. This is a great opportunity for Bart Harrison to get his best classification of the year. You think back to the start of one of the races in Portimao. He had that brilliant run to initially take the lead for the race that never was, of course. It was a red flag in race number 3. But yeah, for Yenza Motorsport, they've done some good work this morning, some good preparation in testing, and qualifying's one thing, racing is another, but if they can get a good start there, particularly with Bart Harrison, could be a big points haul in store for them today.
Could be. Finn McLaughlin, the first of our rookie drivers. He'll line up 5th place behind Maxime Rim, who scored his first victory in Formula Winter Series last time out at Valencia. Of course, he was also with us in the 2024 season. So he is a returning driver and now a victorious driver in the annals of Formula Winter Series history. Down on the grid at the moment, though, we can see the cars lining up. The personnel are working. And Izzy Browning is ready to talk us through the first grid of the weekend.
I am indeed down on the grid, and as you'll probably see by my hair, it's quite windy down here. Of course, if you were with us 1 year ago, the Formula Winter Series suffered a little bit from the wind here in Aragon last year, with a couple of drivers being caught out with a tailwind down that long back straight. But of course, as usual, we will give you the look down to turn one, a much shorter run to turn one than was in Valencia, of course, a couple of weekends ago. Safety car just heading off, 5-minute board up, and we are going to continue our way down the grid. And very, very windy, as you'll see. I think I might need to tie my hair up, boys, because it is very windy. But a very familiar story here on the front row, of course. Gabriel Gomez, championship leader, will start on pole position. I've spoken to Gabriel quite a lot, but I am going to try and jump in with him in just a moment, as he's just being spoken to by an engineer. Maybe I will leave him if he's free to chat. Gabriel, pole once again. I mean, things are looking really, really good in the championship. You've got a bit of a habit of starting the weekend like this, haven't you?
Yeah, we struggled a little bit during the collective test, but we are just testing many things at the team. After yesterday's test, we did a completely really good job. They just prepared a perfect car for today's quali, and we show it in the track. We did the pole in Q1, then Q2 I did a bit of mistake and I made it, but you see the team did both poles, and I'm very happy with the performance today.
Great stuff. Good luck out there. We'll continue back because, as I said, we've spoken to Gabriel Gomez quite a lot. So we will continue back. His teammate is alongside him on the front row, the number 19 of Kabir Anurag. This is a good chance for him to pick up his first podium of the season. Had a fantastic weekend in Valencia, consistent fourth places. We have got a little bit of time. I am going to jump in with Kabir if I can. Kabir, can I just jump in, grab a word with you? Well, you're on the front row. Fantastic way to start the weekend. You had a great weekend in Valencia, but this is a chance to get a first podium of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's been a long time coming. When you came around, you jump scared me a bit, actually. But yeah, I think we'll see how it goes. And yeah, just trust God and do the best I can.
Well, seeing as you're on the front row, you should be somewhat expecting to talk to me, because a good quality means that I will come and chat to you. Of course, championship leader and your teammate alongside you. Has there been a conversation of keeping it clean?
I think yeah, me and Gabriel are good friends. We're not going to do anything to jeopardize each other, and we're just going to each try to do the best we can. It's, of course, you know, we are good friends, and I don't think there's any bad blood, so we're just going to have fun.
Good stuff. Good luck out there. Have fun. Right, we will continue back. I do want to just grab a quick word with Bart Harrison, although I can see the 1 minute board is maybe about to come up, but he has best starting position of the season. So I'll just quickly jump in. Bart, just a quick question before we get to the 1 minute board. Best starting position of the season. Is this a chance to get a podium and maybe take a win?
Yeah, it's definitely a good chance, but I'm also happy with how we're progressing up the field, so we can have more chances at Barcelona, and if we keep this momentum, it's exciting.
Good stuff. Thank you, Bart. Been very consistent all season long, of course, scoring points in, I think it's every single race bar 1 or 2. So consistency definitely key in a championship like this. And as Bart said, of course, he's wanting to keep progressing and keep moving through, keep learning. This is, of course, a very good opportunity for our young drivers to continue learning. He was in the Formula Winter Series last year. He's now come back, but I don't believe, if my memory serves me well, he actually raced this track last year. I think he only did a couple of rounds of the Formula Winter Series, and this was not one of them. So a potential chance to get a first podium. And of course, he has alongside him this man here, who is Maxime Riem. Of course, he took his first win of the season last time out in Valencia. So he'll be hoping to do the same. Us Racing, once again, having a fantastic qualifying. Now I can see the marshal getting ready with the 1 minute board. So we will go to our first race of the day, the Formula Winter Series.
boards have been displayed. It's now time to go racing. Formation that time for the Formula Winter Series, and it's Gabriel Gomez that leads them away with his teammate from Us Racing, Kabir Anurag, joining him on the front row of the grid. Bart Harrison, third on the grid, his best starting position. An opportunity for the first Yenza podium since 2023 in Formula Winter Series. Maxim Rim will start from P4. Fifth on the grid, it is Finn McLaughlin, and he is alongside Maximilian Popov, both drivers who could certainly disrupt further up the field. Same goes for Leo Robinson, starting from an uncharacteristic 7th position. He is alongside Thomas Behrman on the grid. In 9th and 10th position, it's Andrea Kostic and Dante Vinci rounding out the overall top 10. Then it is an all Yenza row with Enya Fry and Artem Severikin in 11th and 12th position. Then it is Nina Hardeman for High Tech Racing. She is once again going to be looking for top 10 results here this weekend, alongside Alexander Ruta in 14th position. He's hoping for some better luck in the second half of the season. Sebastian Bach is alongside Gino Trapper in 15th and 16th on row 8 of the grid. We don't quite have 18 rows. Chloe Chambers starts from 17th alongside David Walter. 19th and 20th, Elia Lewis Weiss and Simon Schranz rounding out the top 20. Schranz with a better quality than he had at any point in Valencia. Rafaela Ferreira is next alongside Alba Larsen, 21st and 22nd. 23rd on the grid, Marcus Sater in his first F4 race alongside Matilda Patz in 24th place. Andrea Dupe in 25th alongside Theo Borenstein. In 27th place, it is Peyton Westcott. She is alongside the newcomer to the series, Ginevra Panzeri for AKM Motorsports. And at the back of the field, it is Cornelia Olkuska for Maffei Racing. So 29 cars taking the start. We have, of course, still got a lot of our female trophy drivers. We won't have quite so many in Barcelona from the female trophy because the F1 Academy pre-season test will be clashing with that. So it's the final weekend to get good results in for quite a few of our female trophy drivers. 30 cars taking to the grid. As Izzy said, Andrew, it's a short run to the first corner. It's a circuit that lends itself to some dramatic moments anyway. These first laps always edge of seat viewing in the Formula Winter Series.
And grippy conditions for the drivers as well that should give them a level of confidence into turn one. It's going to be about keeping calm heads, but just getting the level of aggression right, I think, in the early stages of this first race of the weekend is going to be a key to this one. Drivers going through their final motions now through turn 16, then 17, then 18. The sweeping run to the starting grid. 29 drivers ready to go racing here at MotorLand Aragón. It'll be championship leader Gabriel Gomez, who forms up the front of the grid with his teammate Kabir Anurag on your front row. Keep an eye on Bart Harrison, his best qualifying one performance of the year so far from third. Maxim in there on fourth on the grid. Finn McLaughlin fifth on the grid. All the ingredients, Adam, for a tremendous start to the weekend.
Couldn't help but chuckle as I noticed how Kabir pulled up there on the inside of the front row. He is angled for attack, Kabir Anurag, in the number 19 Us Racing car. He's ready for a bid for the lead into the first corner, but I'm sure Gabriel Gomez is too. He told me he'd been working to try and get those starts underneath him. He hasn't always had the best launches so far this season in FWS. The green flag flies at the back of the field. The lights go on. 5 lights being displayed to the drivers. They're all out and we're underway and racing. Doesn't look like Anurag has got the best of starts. Maybe slightly better on the second phase though than Gomez. It will be Gomez that leads with a lock-up into the first corner, and shedding a wing there is Leo Robinson. Robinson on the back of Finn McLaughlin has lost his front wing. It's 3 wide almost going into turn 3, and Bart Harrison on the attack there against Kabir Kabir Anurag. Maxime Ream trying to go around the outside of Bart Harrison. Finn McLaughlin, thankfully, seems to have the car okay after that contact with Robinson. Another front wing goes. That time, I think that was Bart Harrison, was it? Yes, it was. So Bart Harrison wounded as well. The opportunity for a Yenza podium is gone. Maxime Ream has a puncture because of that contact as well. And as expected, even just focusing on the front, a hugely dramatic first few corners.
Well, we said it, didn't we? It was all about keeping your heads and keeping out of trouble in the early stages. And for some of those towards the front of the order, they have not heeded that warning. It's a 30-minute plus 1-lap race. It's kicking off a little bit in the midfield there. As the 48 of Gennaro Trapper, then in the distinctive colours of Van Amersfoort Racing there, has gained a few positions off the start. McLaughlin through in the Red Bull liveried number 5 for High Tech. He has kept himself clean in the early stage of this race, and the Irishman's already up to 3rd.
Another one, that's one of the Van Amersfoort cars losing the front wing. I think Dante Vinci potentially losing his front wing there as well, so that's no fewer than 3 that we've seen losing body parts on the first lap of the race. Maximilian Popov dragging past Bart Harrison as well. I expect Harrison will peel into the pits, of course. There's often the likelihood of a safety car, so you may as well get it done. Drifting out wide there was the Van Amersfoort car of Popov, and Simon Schranz is way too late on the brakes into turn 16, takes out the 82 of Chloe Chambers. Also involved there is one of the AS Motorsport cars, the 62 of Sebastian Bach. 4 or 5 cars involved in that one, and Simon Schranz, whether he fell or whether he was pushed one way or the other, he was way too late on the brakes there at turn 16. Meanwhile, there's a switch for the lead. Kabir Anurag is now our race leader. Did that happen down at the first corner? Potentially. Nonetheless, Kabir Anurag is now your leader. Gabriel Gomez is now determined to get through. If there's too much bodywork down there at turn 16, they're currently under double yellow flags. We might soon get a safety car, but not before Anurag strays way wide. Coming out of turn 7 of the lap, they go down through the corkscrew, and it is still Kabir Anurag from Gabriel Gomez, keeping an eye, still just double yellows at turn 16 for now.
Yeah, a lot of action going on out there in the first few laps. Just looking at who's had a decent start out there. You mentioned Enia Fry, Adam, before the start of this one, so a bit of good news for Yenza Motorsport is that Fry is up to 8th place. He's followed by his teammate Artem Sevrukin. Nina Gardaman's also had a good start. All drivers there in the top 10. In the pits at the end of the first lap, David Walter, Chloe Chambers, Simon Schranz, Maxime Rehm and Sebastian Bach. 3 of those drivers involved in the incident down at turn 16. Great work by the marshals. Per our information in the box here, Adam, the incident, the debris at turn 16 is cleared by the time the field have got round for lap 2.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant work from them. We've got a bit of a battle pack in the back of shot there for 7th position. I think Bart Harrison... no, it wouldn't be Bart Harrison, of course. Enia Fry and Artem Sevrukin. I think we're going side by side there with Nina Hardeman behind. And oh, was that Hardeman wide there? Someone went very, very deep indeed into turn 16. I think that might have been Hardeman. We'll see as they come across the line. The top 2 split by 7/10 of a second. Anurag from Gomez. Then it's McLaughlin in 3rd place. Popov in 4th. Kostic in 5th. And falling through the order, a couple of drivers at the moment. Harrison, who of course has just come into the pit lane to get his front wing replaced. But I don't think it was Hardeman, actually. Someone did lock up immensely, though, going into turn 16.
Yeah, I think it might have been Thomas Behrman, the other of the high-techs, just ahead of the double line of Yenza Motorsport runners at that stage. This is your battle for 3rd place. Maximilian Popov for Van Amersfoort Racing, trying to close in on Finn McLaughlin there. McLaughlin a bit wide out of the right-hander in the high-tech TGR. Decent season so far for McLaughlin. Built through his first weekend at Portimao to take a race win in race 3, and then solid through the weekend at Valencia as well. He's currently sat inside the top 5 of the championship standings. Bit of news from race control, Adam, as well. Not surprising to see the notification that the incident involving cars 25, 62 and 82 at turn 16 on lap 1, that is under investigation. That's the Schranz, Chambers and Bach debacle.
hardly a surprise, that, is it? Unfortunately, it is ultimately a racing incident. There was no malicious intent there, but Trans seemingly was the, well, not the aggressor, but certainly the responsible party in that one. The field spreading then, the top 10 spreading out quite a bit. Behind Thomas Behrman, you've got that pack being led by Enya Fry in 7th place then, Severick then. Hardeman, Alexander Ruta up to 10th place, so that's a better fortune that he was wishing for, at least in the opening laps of this race, has seemingly come to pass. Trapper in 11th place has made up good places, as has Rafaela Ferreira in 12th position. Once again, these Campos cars, they do seem to struggle a bit to hook it up in qualifying, but whether it's a race setup car or whether it is just great racecraft from their drivers, one way or another, the Campos drivers always seem to find a way to move through the field. Meanwhile, we've got Matilda Pats here defending. This is up against Marcus Saiter on his first weekend in the Formula Winter Series. Looked like perhaps Saiter was on the verge of getting through. He was, of course, deep in the 20s on the grid as well, and is now up to 15th place. So a few drivers have moved up the field through avoiding misfortune and indeed making some overtakes, and that is one of them. Lots of drivers, as you alluded to, can we say extending turn 7. I have to assume that so many of them are doing it with so much purpose that they must be aware of a little get away with it kind of clause at that corner.
Indeed. So they're getting into a nice rhythm in this one now. Anurag is your race leader from Gomez. McLaughlin, Popov and Kostic all in the top 5. Thomas Behrman holding in 6th place at the moment, ahead of Fry, Savlukin, Hardman and Ruta. That is your top 10 right now. If you're just joining us, incidents in the early stages and have taken out several of the front runners, at least from the first qualifying session that was held earlier today. We've mentioned Barkin, Schranz and Chambers all involved in that incident at turn 12. Can confirm that Maxime Rame and Bart Harrison are both in the pits and look to be going no further, or if they are going any further, it's not in a particular hurry. This is, you find again for 3rd place. McLaughlin on a little bit of a lock-up there into turn 16. Maximilian Popov, who we've seen do some good overtaking manoeuvres so far this season, is looking keen to get past the Irishman, coming round to complete another lap. But right now, the pace for the US Racing duo at the front. Anurag and Gomez, very good indeed. 1 minute 59.4 last time around for Gomez is your new fastest lap. They've got, I reckon, about 5 or 6 tenths per lap in terms of pace on these two on our screens right now, McLaughlin and Popov.
Does seem to be the case. So Finn McLaughlin in that 3rd position may come under pressure from Popov. Popov traditionally has pretty good race pace. Of course, McLaughlin has been a race winner this season, so perhaps no surprises there that he is up the order as usual. Although he wasn't really fighting for podiums at Valencia, apart from in the race where he ended up getting a penalty for track limits. So he will be eager to stand on the overall top 3 again this weekend. He is, of course, the front runner among the rookie trophy competitors, but as he put it to me in very plain words, I'm not interested in the rookie trophy. I'm after the overall standings.
No, so he's a born winner, and what I particularly like about the way that he goes about his racing is his ability to come back from adversity. I saw that a lot in his previous life in 2024. So we'll see how he can go on. Just a bit of news from further down the field. Marcus Saiter did get that move completed on Matilda Parts for 14th place. Leo Robinson has rejoined the race. It's a bit of a distant hope that he's going to get any points from this one, but he is back out there, as is Dante Vinci and David Walter, and it also looks like Chloe Chambers has rejoined the race, and it's all good learning, all good experience. Another race, of course, tomorrow. 2 more races this weekend. Track time is crucial for all of these drivers, so they'll be looking to maybe make some adjustments across the course of this race and get some good data for tomorrow.
Do love seeing that MotorLand sway that always goes on down the back straight here. Drivers like Finn McLaughlin we saw there against Max Popov just trying to break the slip, and with a 1.2 kilometre back straight you really do want to avoid someone getting your slipstream, and of course any issues with getting the power down out of turn 15 probably the most traction critical corner, possibly even anywhere in Europe to an extent. Certainly here in the Formula Winter Series, it is absolutely key. Gabriel Gomez is once again on the rear of Kabir Anurag. Last lap was 0.3 quicker, so he's got it back down under half a second. By no means is Gabriel Gomez giving up on this, and by no means is Kabir Anurag going to have it all his own way in the last 19 minutes plus 1 lap of this race. Down through the corkscrew they go once again on the 6th rotation of this MotorLand Aragón circuit. We see there McLaughlin, Popov all very, very aggressive up on the inside curb. And this run here through turn 11, quite difficult to sight your braking zone there for turn 12. We saw that on several occasions last year, drivers just struggling to get the car stopped for turn 12, whether it be for hubris or just in some cases getting pushed by the tailwind that Izzy alluded to at last year's MotorLand Aragón round of the Formula Winter Series. There's your top two then, about 4 seconds clear of Finn McLaughlin, who once again is doing the Aragon swing down the back straight. And, well, regardless of his efforts, Popov is certainly keeping him honest. He is indeed.
Popov, a very experienced driver, has a half little look there, maybe just trying to put McLaughlin off into the braking zone. McLaughlin takes quite a late apex there through turn 16, gives him good exit speed back onto the pit straight. More moves further down the field to notify you on. Alba Larsen has got through past Theo Borenstein. That's for 16th place. We've got 25 runners still going. A few warning flags coming in there. I'm not surprised at this, Adam, that we are now starting to see some notifications for abusing track limits for a number of drivers out there. So many of them, there's too numerous to call as they're coming up for the cars 4, 23, 6, 61, 7 and 5. So that does include the likes of Thomas Behrman and Finn McLaughlin at the front of the field. Other news for you watching at home: no further action on the incident between Bart Harrison and Maxime Rem in this one. You'll remember that was back on lap 1 at turn number 5. It's fairly irrespective though, because they're both in the pits and out of this race.
Yeah, disappointing to see that they not only had to come into the pits but then didn't come back out again. Obviously more than just a nose cone in that situation. They would have put them back out there, stayed on the lead lap and hoped for a safety car had there been reason to keep going, or had there been hope to keep going. Popov is looking very fast on the tail though of Finn McLaughlin as they approach turn 12 once again. McLaughlin having to defend hard here. Now he's got to be careful not to compromise his run through turn 15 at all, looking in the mirrors. Going to get that traction down, and Popov of course is going to take the widest line he can on entry to turn 15, get the best run he can out of the corner. I don't know that he got the most brilliant run ever, but he is going to have a toe down the back straight all the same. However, the X factor now in this battle for third place is the rapidly approaching Andrea Kostic. The number 10 car is running very well, also of course for the US Racing stable that runs the top 2 cars.
Absolutely, Kostic's pace not too far off the leaders, 1 minute 59.2 last time around. I am spotting something though, Adam, that's very, very familiar to me. That's a problem right now for Maximilian Popov. Very different machinery, of course. Drivers stepping from karting into this entry level of single seaters. They've got more weight involved. They've got gearboxes involved. If they've not done gearbox karting before, they've got a little bit of aero. But there's some things that do very much translate over. Finn McLaughlin in 2024 was famed for his ability to brake, and I mean brake really hard. His overtaking was superb at times, and it's helping him right now. In the braking zones, he is looking really, really strong here. Popov's going to need to get a good exit out of one of those long corners, maybe out of turn 15, to really stand a proper chance of getting past Finn McLaughlin here, because from what I've seen before, you do not outbrake Finn McLaughlin in a normal racing circumstance. There's 15 minutes of this race to go. We're halfway through. Aragon and Gomez still controlling things at the front, and right now Gomez just looking quite happy to sit at that half-second gap to his teammates.
Yes, I know quite how happy he is, but we'll have to see. I think maybe just keeping his powder dry for later in the race. Finn McLaughlin I don't think able to keep his powder dry at the moment, because Popov is certainly keeping him incredibly honest. I'm still thinking, though, that Kostic is going to be the X factor here. Even if Popov is sat there waiting for Finn to maybe run out of tyres, keep his tyres fresh, etc., etc. Kostic has been so keen to get those podiums in, to start getting better results. He was fairly happy with his first 2 rounds, but he was determined to get a podium, I said, before the end of the season, and he corrected me and said no, before the end of this weekend. So he wants a top 3 here at Aragon, and I don't think he's going to be playing the long game. Popov playing the long game maybe with the brake pedal at turn 16.
Yeah, got a little bit deep there into turn 16, did Popov, and overshot a little bit, but not to the extent that Kostic is going to have an opportunity this time around. Bit of traffic for the leaders to deal with now. I think that's Elliot Weiss that we just saw on our screens ahead of the front pair of Anurag and Gomez. Also looking further down the order, anyone else making progress? It's good to see Ginevra Panzeri on her first run is up into the top 20 now, Adam, for AKM Motorsports. So good moves up through the order and taking advantage of some of the not so good bits of news that we've seen out there for others.
Interesting catalogue for Ginevra previous to coming into F4. A quick look through her socials has yielded that she's run track days in road-going Porsches. She's driven Mitsubishi Evos on the snow, and now in F4 machinery for her first race weekend. Of course, done plenty of testing prior. Leo Robinson is now coming back out onto the circuit. So Leo was in the pits for a couple of laps and is now back out there in 25th position. Of course, it's so critical for the championship that Leo Robinson has had this issue and is now going to be well outside of the points. It's a wide open goal for Gabriel Gomez, and even if he stays second and scores a mere 18 points, that is still a huge swing in his favour once again. 61 points it would be unless he gets the fastest lap, in which case 62. That is a huge championship lead for the Brazilian if it stays as it is.
Yeah, and the mentality side of things now for Gomez, he knows in terms of championship that he doesn't necessarily need to win this race. He'll want to, because Gabriel Gomez always wants to win a race out there, but it's quite a comfortable position for him at this stage. Thomas Behrman starting to close in on this I won't say a battle for third place, it's just a bit of a steady state at the moment for McLaughlin, Popov and Kostic, but 159.4 again there for Behrman last time out. So just keep an eye on the silver and black high-tech there in car number 7. You're just mentioning about Leo Robinson. I think confirmed that this is just a bit of a glorified test session now for Leo Robinson. I wonder if the team brought him in, maybe made a couple of changes, knowing there's nothing to lose in terms of points, but they could find something in terms of setup that rewards them for race 2 later on in the weekend.
Yeah, quite possibly the case. Certainly not the circumstances High-Tech wanted to run Leo Robinson in this race. Here is the intra Yenza Motorsport battle then. Artem Severikin just behind Enya Fry. Artem has the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, a 158.966 last time by. So I think that Enya is potentially going to come under a little bit of pressure here for 7th position for Severikin. Nina Hardeman is about 4 seconds back in 9th place overall. Alexander Ruta still there in 10th place and 5 seconds to the good over Gennaro Trapper in 11th place as well. So looks like that latter half of the top 10, or at least the last couple of spots in that top 10, fairly secure. There's your 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle again, making their way out onto the long back straight. They've teased us several times the potential of something happening, but I am wondering how long it's going to be until Severikin is on the back of Fry. Unfortunately, just in the back of shot there, we saw Severikin, I think, just getting a wheel on the gravel trap on the exit turn 50, which is very easily done, and indeed very costly, particularly if you have someone directly behind you.
Indeed. At the moment, Severikin still on for a best result of the season so far. You mentioned Alexander Ruta there as well, Adam. Really good to see the Polish driver in the top 10. Right now, this would be his first point score of the season, and Alexander Ruta, one of several Polish drivers coming through from this step that we talked about a lot of karting up to F4-based competition, and yeah, definitely one for the future to keep an eye on. And one of the rookies where, as I say, his best results so far this season, I think it was like a 17th place earlier on in the season at Portimao. So this is a big step forward for him.
Yeah, for him and indeed for the Cram team, who haven't had all of the luck in the world this season. Huge history, of course, behind Cram Racing. Often it has been Brazilian drivers as well, the likes of Felipe Massa and Tony Kanaan coming up through there, alongside Augusto Farfus, Simone Di Silvestro, Jose Maria Lopez. Lots of South American stars have come up through Cram Racing. But in general, very good to see them in the top 10 and running well. And of course, they'll also be looking for progress this weekend out of Elia Weiss in 24th position for now. Of course, caught up in some of those dramas in the early stages, and will be looking to maybe get some at least top 20 results, if not some points, before the end of the weekend. Drifting a bit wide there, I thought was going to be Finn McLaughlin, but he managed to just about keep it at least partially within the white lines. Not too much track extension at turn 12, of course, because you've got to very quickly get yourself set up for turn 13. So if you go very, very wide at 12, you're only going to compromise your run through turn 13, potentially even understeer off onto the gravel on the exit of that corner. I do love the differing approaches between Kabir Anurag and Finn McLaughlin. The gap between first and second, third and fourth is about the same, but Kabir's just off the wheel, effectively, on the run down to turn 16. Finn feels the need to do that swaying motion down the straight.
His pace is good though. The 1:59.2 last time around for McLaughlin is a personal best within this race. We have also though started to see some penalties for track limits coming in. The number 14 of Marcus Sater, who has got past Rafaela Ferreira, so that's the good news for the Norwegian right now, but he's just got a 5-second post-race time penalty that at the moment I think we're dropping down to about 17th place. Another few warning flags coming out, including one for Maximilian Popov, so that's one apiece now for McLaughlin and Popov. 7.5 minutes of this one to go on time. That +1 lap still to come in. Still this 1-2 for US Racing. Half a second between Anurag and Gomez. McLaughlin, Popov, Kostic and Behrman completing the top 6.
That's exactly right. The US Racing squad have been a huge proponent of the Formula Wind Series all throughout the series history. Of course, the inaugural champion Kasper Stuka back in 2023 ran with the US team. They only claimed one victory from memory in 2024 with Matis Ferreira at the wheel. 2025 has been a more fruitful season yet again for the German team, co-founded of course by Ralf Schumacher. Now Max Popov is maybe a car length or so closer. That's a good run through 14 and 15 as well through Popov. The rotation at turn 14 was very nice indeed, allowed him to be quick but also get a good entry into the turn 15. He's still not going, I don't think, to get to Finn McLaughlin at the braking zone, especially as McLaughlin once again steadfastly refuses to allow him a tow.
Yeah, it does indeed. Popov again has a half little look, but I don't think that's going to be enough to put off McLaughlin. Popov got very deep on the brakes there, up behind McLaughlin. Round to complete yet another lap. Anurag and Gomez, there they are in a line of stern. Gomez has just dropped off the back of Anurag a little bit, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, so 1:58.4. So Gomez, I don't think he'll be fully happy to not be winning this race because he's a racing driver at the end of the day, but you know, another steady run of points with other drivers in that championship battle not faring as well as him. Anurag, for the records, is the outskirts of the top 5 right now, so 43 points before the start of competitive action here today, so he's almost 100 points behind Gomez going into this weekend at Aragon. No other changes further down the order. It's still that solid run of Behrman, Fry, Savrukin and Hardeman completing the top 10. There are more of those track limit penalties coming in, Adam. The number 82 has received one now. That's Chloe Chambers, currently running around in 23rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. To go back to Kabir for a second, you said there about the points tally. Of course, not really a reflection on Kabir's driving so
No.
far this season, because he had a technical issue in race 1. The same technical issue meant he didn't start race 2 at Portimao. So unfortunately, he hasn't quite had the year that we would have been hoping for. He's yet to be on the podium this season. That certainly wasn't what he thought would be in the cards for him going into the 2025 edition of the Formula Wind Series. This, though, is much more like it. 4.5 minutes of the race left to go. 1.3 seconds now clear of Gabriel Gomez. Looks like he's got it relatively under control. McLaughlin is now the driver, I'd say, under the most pressure anywhere out there on the circuit, with the possible exception of Enya Fry, as Popov again, almost every lap Popov is just overdoing it a little bit, isn't he, under braking. While you can take a deeper run into turn 16 and get a better run out of the corner, that's not what he's doing. He's simply under-rotating that front right tyre and maybe costing himself some time. Side by side in the Yenza Motorsport camp, Severikin on the outside, Enya Fry on the inside line going into the first corner. Severikin not in position really to challenge Bart Harrison for the position there. Challenge Enya Fry for the position there, but let's see how this unfolds now going into turn 5. Can Severikin set up for a move into the next braking zone? They've got to be careful, of course, not to have any issues here. This is a critical battle for the team as well. They don't want to see anything go awry here. 7th and 8th place under contest. They'd like 2 points finishes, please. Severikin, though, would like an extra couple of points for P7 as they bounce across the curb.
Fry dealing with the pressure well, though. He's almost just containing Severikin now through that previous run of corners, but this is going to be critical now for Enya Fry coming back down the hill into this technical part of the circuit here at Aragon. I think Severikin just ran a little bit wide there coming down the hill. It's all going to be about, can Severikin get into a position where he can have a go down into turn 16, dipping downhill once again. This is the part of the course where Enya Fry's got to be so accurate with every turn-in point, braking point, getting on the power as well. It's got a decent gap to Severikin as they head through turns 14 and 15. And got a decent gap. Severikin's going to have a big old slipstream to have an opportunity into turn 16. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. But maybe again, if Severikin can keep on the gearbox of his teammate, he might still have an opportunity into turn 1.
Quite possibly. Let's see. Maybe he wants to go at turn 16. Is looking slightly to the inside there, but not quite close enough to do it with any safety or certainty. Let's see how the run out of turn 16 treats Artem. Not quite, I think, quick enough out of the corner on that occasion. I imagine that on the previous lap, Fry just went a bit deep into turn 16, hence the run that Severikin had coming out of the final corner of the lap. On this occasion, though, Artem is still behind. Enya Fry in 7th position for now. Fry, who's had his best results in the Formula Wind Series this season, got a couple of points finishes last year, but this season has been a marked improvement. Of course, he had his first full season in single-seaters in 2024, comes into 2025 with a good amount of experience on his head. 2 6th places, his best results of the season so far. P7 then not quite matching that, but all the same, when you're defending against your teammate, that is when you're at your most eager. A word as well to Thomas Behrman then, who is slowly but surely nudging his way towards Andrea Kostic here. Last lap for Behrman of 158.9, only a few hundredths quicker than Kostic. And Popov very, very smoky into turn 12. Big lock up there, and that now is a prime opportunity for Andrea Kostic.
Yeah, Kostic is surely going to have a go, or at least think about having a go into turn 16 here, because the first time since the start of this race, Popov will not have the full benefit of the slipstream behind McLaughlin. McLaughlin can drive a nice, calm line down driver's right for the first time in this one. And it's Popov's turn to get on the defensive. He's gone very much defensive to driver's left. Kostic in 2 minds, perhaps. He's going to have a lane on the outside, try and go round the outside. Does Kostic, side by side with Popov. They both run out wide, and unfortunately for Kostic, he's in the dirt. Behrman may have an opportunity now to take a position in the top 5. Round the outside goes Thomas Behrman. onto this last lap now. Bearman has got the position past Kostic, and that all stemmed, Adam, from the mistake by Popov. Kostic back down the inside of Bearman into turn 1. Well, it's taken a while to get going, this battle in the top 6, but they know now it's now or never for all of these drivers to get their best possible results in race 1.
Thomas Bearman sensed an opportunity there. Kostic bouncing across the grass at turn 17. I'm sure Bearman probably lifted out of the throttle a little bit there as a precaution. Maybe didn't quite get the run through 18 that he would have otherwise had. But now he has the golden opportunity to maybe try and take a top 5 finish here as they come out of turn 7 now. Let's see then if Bearman has the opportunity beckoning for him. They approach the corkscrew, through the corkscrew now, and Bearman is staying close. I think probably his next opportunity will be turn 15 on, as you said, Andrew, the final lap of the race. Kabir Anurag up at the front of the order is now 3.1 seconds clear, so he has a more than comfortable cushion. Gabriel Gomez has indeed settled for second position and indeed a big haul of points over Leo Robinson, who runs at the tail of the order. In fact, back in the pits down in 25th place. Nonetheless, he will not score points. Kostic there, again, nice rotation going through 14. So hopefully gets himself a good run out of T15 as a result of that, but Bearman won't be far off his gearbox as they run down the back straight and towards this corner, turn 16. It's a corner that Kabir Anurag has led us around each and every lap of this race, barring lap number 1. But lap 2 onwards, it has been Kabir Anurag at the front, and for the first time this season in the Formula Winter Series, it is Anurag who crosses the line with 1 lap left to go. So they obviously had like 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock when that one came across the line. I went with you there. Believed it as well. I thought it was close. Here comes Bearman around the outside. Can he get it done there? Turn 2, it'd be risky to keep the nose in. He does, but they just about make it work. Top 5, Kostic from Bearman still. But Thomas may have just cost himself, because that's now a good, what, 3-4 car lengths? So it'll be hard to get another chance from there.
It will be. Marcus Sater has continued to drive through the field, has just taken 12th place on the road away from Gennaro Trapper, but we should note there are quite a few time penalties to be applied in the midfield in particular once we get to the end of this race. We are now confirmed on the final lap. Anurag 3.3 ahead, and this will feel really good, I think, for Kabir Anurag. I say he's had a lot of bad luck so far this season, Adam, but it's finally the opportunity that he's deserved, I think, to get a good result and convert that pace that we've seen from the start of the season.
It was such a fun race when he was working his way from 10th to 4th in race 1 of the weekend at Valencia. It gave us a hint of what his potential is, albeit he didn't really have the place to a starting position to show it off at the front of the field. This time, front row of the grid, and has pretty much dominated proceedings from that second lap of the race onwards. Kabir Anurag this time, we had a dry run. This time we know it is the final lap of the race. He'll come towards turn 16 as the race leader, and he will this time see the checkered flag, as will Us Racing. Of course, they've had the lion's share of the race victories this season, be it from Gabriel Gomez, be it from Maxim Riem, and now from this man, Kabir Anurag. And he does see the checkered flag. He wins the race in the Formula Winter Series. His first ever win in the series. And the Alpine Academy start will be very happy with that. Gomez and McLaughlin round out the top 3. 4th position goes to Popov. Kostic across the line 5th. Bearman 6th. Fry held on just to Severikin and the rapidly approaching Nina Hardeman in 9th place. Hardeman was not too far back, but she was within half a second at the end, so I think there might have been some more handbags between the Yenza cars on the final lap. Alexander Ruta with a point, with a top 10 finish. That's really good for him. As you said earlier on, Andrew, 17th, his best finish so far this season, and that's a big step up for him. Some more side-by-side among some of the cars further back as they all cross the line here at the MotorLand Aragón. Your female trophy winner, of course, was Nina Hardeman. First of the rookies was Finn McLaughlin. And I think a lot of drivers with big steps up here. AS Motorsports, Andrea Dupé as well, 11th position for Andrea. That is a really solid result for him. His best finish is an 11th at Portimao, but that was the very first race of the season. So he will be wanting a top 10 at some point, but I have to wait a little bit longer for that one to happen. So then, Andrew Mather has run off to the podium, and much like we did in the previous iteration of Andy's. Andy McEwen also doing the podium duties as well as joining me in the box, and Andrew now does the same. So we will hear from him, of course, when the drivers make their way up there, and prior to that, of course, we'll have Izzy Browning down in the pits to hear from the newest race winner this season in the Formula Winter Series, that being Kabir Anurag. Kabir, of course, has now had a fairly long-standing partnership with the US Racing team. He raced in Formula Winter Series last year. A pair of top 5 finishes was the best he could muster. It's his first podium in the Formula Winter Series, and it's his first win in the Formula Winter Series. That's about as good as it gets, and I know that he and the team will feel that's been a long time coming. He's clearly had the car underneath him on a few occasions this season. However, he has not always had the luck in his favour, or indeed just had some issues in qualifying, something like that. One way or the other, the circumstances have not aligned until now. Kabir Anurag stands aloft as a race winner in the Formula Winter Series. He's got a new suit, he's got new colours on his person, and he is taking the Alpine colours to the top step of the podium, embracing his team here at US Racing. Very meticulous squad. Lots of manpower down there, making sure they have the best performances possible. Hugs his manager there, and some of the mechanics, his Alpine trainer will be down there, I'm sure, as well. Really, really great stuff for Kabir. Gabriel Gomez, of course, will also be receiving plaudits from the team. Second position. But P1, as he gesticulates, is Kabir Anurag. Of course, he's got to go to the weighbridge before he can head to Izzy for his interview. So I suspect it will be a minute or two before we can hear from Kabir. Just has to make sure he's on the right side of the scales before he has a chat with us. But I'm sure it will be a beaming smile on the face of Kabir Anurag. His first FWS podium, his first FWS victory. What a race that was for Anurag. Everything went right for him in that one. For McLaughlin as well, I think will have felt like he had his fair share of pressure in that one, but towards the end there, Popov and Kostic having their slip up at turn 17, that certainly allowed Finn an easy run to the flag in third position in the high-tech TGR machine. So it is 3 teams in the top 5. US Racing with their 1-2. High-Tech in third place. In fourth position, Van Amersfoort's Maximilian Popov and Andrea Kostic rounding out the top 5. Of course, we also have Jenser and Kram in the top 10 for this race. Rafaela Ferreira as well, 11th position. Ultimately, I think there were some penalties there for Andrea Dupé, so Ferreira promoted to 11th place. She was right on the verge of a top 10 finish as well. Good to see that potential for her and the Campos car. We may well see her up in the top 10 and indeed fighting Nina Hardeman before the end of this weekend here at MotorLand Aragón. Of course, they have 2 more races in the Formula Winter Series. They will come on Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon, respectively, all half an hour plus 1 lap in length. And for Kabir Anurag, he has started his weekend on the best foot possible with that first race win of the season, and we can now go down there and hear from Kabir. I'm sure he is going to be buzzing. He is with Izzy now.
He is indeed, and he definitely is buzzing down here in the pit lane. Kabir, I spoke to you on the grid. I said a chance to get a first podium of the season, but you had to do one better and get a win.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Me and Gabriel, like I said, we respect each other. He left me room. I did it on the outside of turn 1. Was definitely not a lot of room, but he did leave me room. So just took the opportunity and controlled the race from there and managed to started to push just a bit at the end and managed to, I think the gap was maybe 3-4 seconds. So yeah, really happy. First win with the team. Really proud of all of them. I think that we did a great job. And 2 more tomorrow to win 2 more. So let's go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say to you, we didn't actually get a chance to see you take the lead on the stream. I think we were focusing on another battle, but once you were into the lead, as you said, just kind of managed it. He kind of stayed with you for a little bit, and then towards the end just managed to pull the gap. So you'd saved enough to manage to pull the gap.
Yeah, just you know, of course, at the end of the race, you want to win as much as you can. And so, yeah, I think we had to be smart as well, just to control and to decide how much we pushed, because of course we have to use some of these tires for tomorrow, or maybe we don't, we're not sure yet. So yeah, I think it was pretty much a perfect race, and I couldn't have asked for more from the team or myself.
And as you said, 2 more races tomorrow. I'm sure you're feeling confident now, so what's possible then?
Everything's possible, but I think it's just doing the job like I told you before. I just do the best I can, and whatever happens, whatever happens.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. We'll let you get up to the podium and celebrate a first win of the season for Kabir Anurag.
Thank you.
Kabir Anurag in positive mood. Great to hear him so happy after some difficult times in the first half of the season. Let's have a look at our first race of the weekend here at Aragon. We got underway with Kabir Anurag stating his intent with how he parked on the front row of the grid. He, Gabriel Gomez and Bart Harrison had a drag race down to the first corner. Meanwhile, unfortunately, at the very first corner, Leo Robinson tagging Maxim Rim. Both drivers would ultimately end up out of the race, shedding tyre and front wing respectively. Bart Harrison's front wing wouldn't last much longer either, unfortunately. Contact between him and Maxim Rim, and that sent Harrison's front wing into the gravel trap on the exit of turn 5. Another front wing, Dante Vinci's coming off as well. He would ultimately finish 20th, and then also on the first lap, a huge collision triggered by a late braking Simon Schranz, taking out the likes of Chloe Chambers, unfortunately. Some great scraps further back in the field. Alba Larsen there in amongst the battles, along with, I believe that's Ginny Panzeri in her first race getting in amongst the action, which is always great to see. Borenstein and Larsen exchanging positions as they fought further back for Maffei and Jense respectively. McLaughlin was in a comfortable 3rd position after the issues on the first lap for some of the other front runners. And Max Popov was the main contender to that 3rd position for much of the race. Really pressing on, trying to get as close as possible, trying to get within range for an overtake, much like this from Alba Larsen, going into turn 16. But for Popov, it would never look quite as neat as Alba made it look there as they continued to fight. Peyton Westcott was just behind them, also observing the action from behind. 22 and the 94 going at it. A brilliant scrap between them out on the circuit. Also further back, Rafaela Ferreira and Andrea Dupé having a scrap. Those two ended up tied in the standings by the end of the race after Dupé had a track limits penalty. That will work out in Ferreira's favour for 11th place, but they were exactly tied after Dupé scored a track limits penalty. Lots of track limit extensions, a few track limit penalties, but for Finn McLaughlin it was all about staying neat and staying ahead of Maximilian Popov, and that was exactly what he was doing. Severikin, meanwhile, was giving Enya Fry some problems for 7th position, and all Jense Motorsport battle. We got a little bit too close for comfort on a couple of occasions. No contact, but great racing between the two of them, respectful racing between the two of them, but with a couple of intakes of breath, I'm sure, among their respective mechanics. Meanwhile, further back, Dupé getting to the inside there of Trapper as they continued to scrap on the fringes of the top 10, bouncing across the runoff here. Never quite so comfortable. The runoff maybe has a few more bumps than the surface that has been newly refreshed in parts here at MotorLand Aragón. Popov, meanwhile, was under huge pressure from Andrea Kostic. He made an error down at turn 12. That gave Kostic the opportunity to challenge at turn 16, but Kostic would end up off the circuit, and that was Thomas Behrmann's opportunity to try for a position that he did not quite manage to get. That was for 4th, 5th and 6th place. Trapper ended up with a last-minute slide there at the end of the race. Meanwhile, the battles continued on down at Jensa Motorsport, but Severikin would have to settle for second best among the Jensa drivers. Trapper and Matilda Patz and Albert Larsson found each other at the very end of the race as well after Trapper's spin, but no battles at the end of the race for our race winner Kabir Anurag. He distanced himself from Gabriel Gomez. Our championship leader, though, will extend his championship advantage with his second place finish. And Albert Larsson just about holding on up against Borenstein on the final lap. Drag race to the line between the two of them, but one driver on top today, and that is Kabir Anurag. His first FWS podium, his first FWS race win. Kabir Anurag wins the day from Gabriel Gomez. Finn McLaughlin, rookie winner, in 3rd place. Maximilian Popov in 4th position. Andrea Kostic in 5th. Thomas Behrmann in 6th position. Fry in 7th. Severukin in 8th. Cardamon, the women's trophy winner, in 9th. Alexander Ruta, 10th. Ferreira, 11th. Andrea Dupe in 12th. Gennaro Trapper in 13th place. Larsson, 14th. Borenstein in 15th. Peyton Westcott in 16th place. Matilda Patz in 17th. Marcus Saiter in 18th. Ginevra Panzeri in 19th. Dante Vinci rounding out the top 20, ahead of Cornelia Olkutska. Chloe Chambers, David Walter in 23rd position. 24th, Ilya Luis Weiss, and he was the last of the finishers. Robinson, Harrison, Rim, Schranz and Sebastian Bach all failing to take the flag after dramas in the early stages of the race. So then, with that race in the books, it's time to celebrate the winners on the podium with Andrew Mather.
So, Florenzi always to make a mistake.
Thank you very much, Adam. Start to get going with our podium presentation. First of all, we're going to start with our female trophy. Please welcome to the podium for her best finish in that race, driver number 4, Nina Gardeman. And presenting the trophy for Nina, please welcome Florenzi Caso from Pirelli. Have a quick opportunity for some photos. Another great performance for Nina. We'll have a very quick word with Nina as well. Nina, a strong race there, and but very busy start right in the midfield. Quite a few incidents on that first lap.
Yeah, I avoided them all. I think I had a decent start. Just struggled a bit at the start with the tyre heat, but in the end, I think we were quite quick. So we'll have to fix that for the next race so we can start fighting from the start.
In terms of races across the course this season, where would you rate this one in terms of everything that you've done so far this year?
I thought this one's quite boring because I've been driving on my own the whole race. I think Valencia and Portimao were a bit more fun, so hopefully some more fun races tomorrow.
Well, good stuff. Well done once again, Nina. We'll move on to our rookie podium. First of all, welcoming out onto the podium for 3rd place in the rookie rankings, driver number 23, Artem Severukin. And presenting the trophy in a few moments' time, second place, please welcome Thomas Behrmann. And your top rookie in Formula Winter Series today, please welcome driver number 5, Finn McLaughlin. Presenting the trophy for 3rd place, please welcome Mark Hackenberg from GEDLICH. In 2nd place, Miguel Pinto-Coelho from GEDLICH, and Florenzi Caso for Pirelli in 1st. We'll quickly get a few photos for our top rookies. Strong performances from all of them again, solidly in the top 10. And for one of them, we'll see them again in a few moments' time when we get onto the best overall. So, top 3 in the first race of the weekend for Formula Winter Series. Please welcome back to the podium driver number 5 from the Republic of Ireland, Finn McLaughlin. In second place, flying the flag for Brazil, please welcome Gabriel Gomez. And on the podium for the first time, your race winner for US Racing, please welcome Singapore's Kabir Anurag. And last but not least, your winning team, US Racing. And we'll present the trophies once again. Mark Harker. Big round of applause for our drivers. Let's present their trophies. Please welcome once again, presenting the trophy for third place, Mark Harkenberg. Miguel Pinto Coelho for second, and Florenzi Caso for the winning driver and the winning team. We'll take a moment to get some photos as well for our top 3 and winning entrant drivers. If you could just come together, please. Great performance from US Racing. A 1-2 for them. We'll have a very quick word as well with Kabir. Finn, Gabriel, thank you very much for your time. We'll see you later on in the weekend for race 2. Kabir, it's a very quick question. First win, first podium, how do you feel?
It was a long time coming. To be honest, Valencia, we had the pace the whole weekend, but we didn't do it. The team, and I think I made a big step, and really happy to get it. And with 2 more races to go, I think there's even more opportunity this weekend, and we'll do the best we can.
Fantastic stuff. We'll see you again tomorrow. That's all from us here on the podium. We'll see Formula Winter Series again for race 2 tomorrow. For now, keep it locked here with everything from Aragon and the next race coming right up.
Indeed it is, and we are back on the grid once again for the first race of the day, first race of the weekend for the GT4's 3-minute board just gone up, so we're going to make this very, very quick. Of course, last time out, a perfect weekend for the SR duo of Enrico Federer and Jamo Hartling. They will start on P2. They closed the gap from 52 points to 32 to Mackenzie Cresswell, the current championship leader. I'm going to see if I can get Enrico's attention, and can I jump in and have a word? Perfect. I just moved the door ever so slightly. Thank you very much. Enrico, I mean, you closed the gap in the championship last time. I know that you have had a close eye on the elite guys all weekend. You're starting on the front row alongside them. Is it possible to take the lead of the championship this weekend? All good? Can you hear me? Or is it possible to take the lead of the championship this weekend?
Yeah, so the quali was not the best. We're on P2. It's still good, but for me it's not enough, and I think we have the pace to do P1 in the race and also do P1 tomorrow like last weekend, and I think the car is fast enough to come close to the championship and maybe win the championship at the end.
All right, wish you best of luck out there. Have fun. We're going to continue back. The number 77 has got the door open, but not on the driver's side. As I said, they have closed the gap, SR, to Mackenzie Cresswell. Now, we're not entirely sure that we're going to be seeing Mackenzie Cresswell in Barcelona, but I expect that we might be if the gap is very, very close after this weekend. But, of course, Mackenzie on pole position once again. I'm going to continue back because, as I said, we've already had the 3-minute board. We're getting the 1 minute board very, very shortly. So give you a chance to look at some of the other cars. I'm delighted to say the 812 of Callum Davies has made it to the grid this time. Of course, last weekend in Valencia, they had a DNS not able to make it to the grid, but they are on the grid and we're about to get this race started.
So then the GT4 Winter Series race, one of the weekend, about to get started. It's going to be half an hour of action for these drivers, and it's a half hour that will be led by Mackenzie Cresswell from the Elite Motorsports stable. He is alongside Enrico Federer for SR Motorsport. Badouin Detu looking for better fortunes than the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team had last time out at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Callum Davis will be looking to build upon some strong form this weekend so far, or this week so far at this circuit. Maybe kind of nibble for an overall podium. Joachim Bolting, he's now a Pro-Am entrant, joined this weekend for the first time this year by Peter Turting. Ravi Ramyid, of course, with Charlie Robertson as his co-driver, but single drivers in this race. He'll be starting from 6th in the Invitational Class BMW. Maximilian Schreier is 7th on the grid alongside Tim Horrell. That's an all WNS Motorsport row 4 of the grid. Then it's Mark Ellman, the Pro-Am entrant. Good to see him back again in the Ginetta G56 from SVG Motorsport. And Daniel Blickler in 10th position, the Ringmeister. Lots of racing experience at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He lines up 10th ahead of the Cayman Trophy battle. Mikael Sander and Wilhelm Willi Kuhne in 11th and 12th position. And then at the back of the field, 13th place for the spectacular sounding, thunderous OG Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Kilogos at the wheel of the orange car, affectionately known as James 3.0. It is Mackenzie Cresswell then on pole position for this race. The elite McLaren always has been up there at the sharp end and fighting for the top positions, but at Valencia it was all SR Motorsport at the top of the order. Federer was delighted to have a bit of a turn in fortunes. It wasn't the best Portuguese leg of the season for him, or indeed for J-Mar Hartling, his teammate. Let's see what happens in this one. What do you think? Can Federer maybe make something happen around the outside?
I mean, the form book would say that there's definitely an opportunity, and as we saw with the Formula Winter Series in the first race, Adam, a lot's going to be happening on that first lap as everyone jostles for position. The field coming under formation now. 13 runners in this one down the long back straight. They will go. And I wouldn't count out the likes of Callum Davies in the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren Artura GT4. They've had a bit of an up and down season so far, but they've got a good opportunity here and a quick pilot at the wheel of the 812, starting there from the fourth on the grid, second row of the full field.
Yes, indeed. Keep an eye as well on Joachim Bolting. He can be a surprise package sometimes, and he's done many a mile here at the MotorLand Aragón circuit. Had some good results in the GT Win Series here last year in a Porsche Cup car. Cresswell and Federer, though, should be the two that discuss the lead into turn one, unless Detu and Davis can do something special from the second row of the grid. Of course, rolling start here in the GT4 Win Series. Elite Motorsports' Mackenzie Cresswell with the inside line going into the first corner. Will it yield the lead coming out of the first corner? We find out now as the half-hour race gets underway. It's a good start from Enrico Federer. Can he get on the brakes late enough to challenge Cresswell? Cresswell is going to make sure he gets to the corner first. Late on the brakes. Federer under threat now from Detu, from Davis as well for second place. Cresswell is herring off into the distance as side by side for third. Detu getting a little bit sideways there, and here comes Ravi Ramyid to the inside of Joachim Bolting for fifth position. The Evo Spec BMW running in the Invitational class. Tim Horrell making up positions, as is Maximilian Schreier. Both of the W&S Motorsport Porsches seemed uncharacteristically low on the grid, and now they're making their way through the field at the expense of Joachim Bolting. Blickler also fancies his go at that as well. All three W&S cars moving in and pressuring Bolting.
Good first lap again, all the Porsches getting involved with another there as they come down through the corkscrew, and Joachim Bolting having a real job on his hands of keeping position there. A bit wide from Ravi Ramyid in those distinctive blue, white and green colours that he's raced with for a very long time. And remember when we had the pleasure of commentating on him, Adam, back at Cadwell Park a couple of years ago in the Ginettas. But solid first lap for all drivers involved, all 13 cars still running. That's what we like to see. Quick little view there of the SVG Motorsport Ginetta G56. Good to see that running in the hands of Mark Ellman, currently running in 9th place. But good aggressive start from Cresswell. Had to be brave, had to be precise on the brakes into turn 1. Federer was always going to give it a go around the outside. And the young man there for Elite Motorsport has got a good lead down into turn 16 for the first time.
Oh, Ramyid very late on the brakes there as Detu and Davis side by side again coming out of turn 16. Twice now Detu has ended up on the losing end of a side by side confrontation with Callum Davis, down in 4th position, but at least he's got to the end of the first lap. That was unfortunately not always the case for Racing Spirit of Le Mans at the last event in Valencia. Ramyid in 5th, Schreier in 6th, then it's Bolting, Tim Horrell, who was giving him the hurry up in 8th place, Blickler in 9th place, Mark Ellman rounding out the overall top 10, and Mikael Sander, the early leader among the Cayman Trophy drivers. But a bit of a physical first lap for some, albeit a very entertaining first lap for us. And watch out for that car, the number 31, the Avia W&S Motorsport car of Maximilian Schreier. Schreier is always fast. He's making his first GT racing season here, of course, in the GT Winter Series. We've seen him fighting for the lead before. Not quite sure what happened to him in qualifying, but he didn't have the performance that perhaps many of us expected. I think there may have been a lap time deletion or two in amongst it there, and unfortunately he now has to work his way through, but I still wouldn't rule him out of a podium, especially when he's this close. And well, they're all pushing hard, aren't they? A bit over much maybe at turn 10. Yeah,
just struggling with maybe a bit of front end grip there. It's still quite cool here at Aragon, not too much wind over the circuit, but bringing the tyres in is important at this early stage of the race. Maximilian Schreier there, up behind the rear axle of Ravi Ramyid, and he'll get quite a sizable tow off the back of the BMW M4 down this long straight into turn 16. Also keep an eye on the Aston Martin Vantage of Barouin Detu. I think that's got some good power today. At the moment he's not able to get within range of having a go at Callum Davies again for 3rd place.
Of course, it's a factor, really, as we see again Ramyid going deep into turn 16. Hasn't quite sussed the braking zone yet for that corner in these conditions. Here comes Schreier. But what I was going to say about the Aston is it will have better traction coming out of the corner. Of course, it's a much bigger car. It needs better traction so that it's not completely unbalanced again against the smaller cars like the Porsches and the McLarens, which usually are better towards the end of a straight because they cut through the air more efficiently. So certainly, yes, first phase of the corner, turn 15, coming out of that corner, for example, is much more the Aston Martin strong suit. And then the McLaren starts to cut through like a knife through hot butter. The air at about 240, 250 kilometers an hour. I heard 256 Ks for the Rafa Racing by Racelab car before they hit the brakes, so just over 150 mile an hour before they step on the anchors.
Early indications of pace, Adam, is good for Enrico Federer. 2 minutes 3.946 for the first proper flying lap, which is a little bit quicker than Mackenzie Cresswell's pace at the moment for Elite Motorsport in the number 77 McLaren. Here we're having a look at the squabble for third place. Davies and Detu coming over the crest of the hill once more. No position changes further down the order, but similarly in terms of good pace, look for them coming through. Tim Horrell's got some strong running at the moment, so in that group of Porsche Caymans in the midfield.
Yes, indeed. The Caymans, whether they're the GT4 spec or the slightly tamer Cayman Trophy spec, they always do seem to find each other. We saw a lot of that in Valencia, for example. There's the Aston again then, making up ground until about halfway down the straight, and then maybe it goes against them a little bit, but I agree with you, it is looking very fast down the back straight, and Detu would love to take advantage of that. The number 39 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car has had its fair share of trials and tribulations. It has not had its fair share of podiums, yet to be on the podium this season, and Detu wants to rectify that and rectify it immediately. He's got a good run out of turn 18. Davis not quite getting the run out of 16 that he wanted, and it ends up being that turn 1 beckons for Baudouin Detu up the inside and past into third position for the ex-motocross racer. The Frenchman is in the top 3.
Good work by Detu there. Davies had a little bit of an oversteer just coming out of turn 16, and that better traction that we've talked about for the Aston really proved to be the big ticket for Baudouin Detu to have that opportunity on the brakes down into turn 1. Now the shoe's on the other foot, because Callum Davies is going to have a lovely tow when we get out of turn 15 once again here, and the number 39 breaking through the air. Their pace versus the top two. They are losing a little bit of time with this battling. The gap has grown to around 4.5 seconds between Federer in second place and Detu in third. It might also bring Ramyid and Schreier back into play as well. They're going to watch how this part of the race develops. Through and over the crest of the hill once again. Bit of a lonely race at the moment, Adam, for Joachim Bulting in seventh place. Had that slightly shaky start, but has gone into a good rhythm now in the number 38 run by Plus Line Racing team. Has got about 1.5 to 2 seconds over the next Porsche Cayman behind.
Get the impression that Joachim Bulting is taking things a little bit more sedately, at least when it comes to some of these corner exits, than the drivers ahead of him, which might be costing him a little bit. Tim Horrell is, of course, behind him. That's second and third, in fact, first and second, sorry, in the Pro-Am class. So that's worth noting as well, of course. Must remember that Bulting is no longer an Am driver, but a Pro-Am driver for this weekend, since he has Peter Turting stepping into the Plus Line Racing Porsche alongside him. As he says on the side of his car, life is a circus. But to your point, Andrew, he's maybe having to make his own entertainment at the moment without anyone to spar with for the time being. No such issues, though, for Daniel Blickler. He is coming under pressure from Mark Ellman as he runs down to the first corner. He's gesticulating there. In fact, sorry, that's Tim Horrell there. He looked like he was gesticulating a little bit at the wheel. You saw there Tim using his brake lever down into the first corner. Of course, he runs with hand controls on his machine, the American racer. He runs 8th overall, second in Pro-Am, and he'll be wanting to hunt down Joachim Bulting.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of an issue out there on that lap for Tim Horrell, because he's set a 2 minutes 7.1, which is about a second slower than I was expecting him to be. All the Caymans running in that low 2 minutes 6, high 2 minute 5 region. But no worries. He's not lost position. He's still got that 1.5 second gap to the car behind. Meanwhile, battle raging on for fourth place. Baudouin Detu in the Aston Martin Vantage. He's away and gone, it would seem. He's nearly a second clear of Callum Davies now. He's now going to have to be thinking about the Invitational class runner in the hands of Ravi Ramyid, the BMW, in a similar way to the Aston Martin. Bigger vehicle, bit more traction. Getting the front end of that car is going to be particularly key for Ravi Ramyid, and that's a very tidy set of corners from Ravi Ramyid. He may have an opportunity here, Adam.
Ravi, it must be said, he is doing exceedingly well. Bear in mind, Ravi is, he won't thank me for this, closer to 50 than 40. He is a late comer to racing, but he has been an extremely fast learner at the helm of racing cars. And Davis is feeling all of the pressure in the world. And that time, Ravi nailed the braking zone. He was right where he needed to be, but maybe just stalled his exit a little bit out of the corner. All the same, Ravi Ramyi has always impressed me immensely since, as you alluded to, he came into the Ginetta GT Academy series, but seeing him spar here with people like Callum Davis really shows quite how high his ceiling can be as a bronze driver.
What I love about Ravi as a driver is his appetite and willingness to have a go and just get in there and do things a little bit different. And it's served him well in his racing career right now. This is your battle for the lead. Mackenzie Cresswell still sitting around 3/4 of a second ahead of Enrico Federer, but Federer did set the fastest lap of the race so far on the last tour of this just over 5-kilometre circuit, a 2-minute 3.6. So these two are running a good degree quicker than everybody else on track. Everybody else in the 2:04s and the 2:05s and more, but Federer just gently starting to turn up the pressure a little bit. He's got to break through that 5/10, 6/10 gap though if he's going to have an opportunity on Mackenzie Cresswell, who we've seen across the course of the season so far, Adam, is a very accomplished driver and quite happy sitting at the front, doesn't get too flustered. He's got a good experienced team behind him in Elite Motorsport, and I suspect he'll be feeling just nice and comfortable right now.
Want to try and watch this Elite Motorsport car going down into turn 16 this time by the race leading number 77 Elite McLaren, because I've had the opportunity to go and moonlight as a photographer on Thursday here, and the one thing that struck me, as it has all season, is quite how much rear bias there must be going on in that Elite McLaren. Watch it under braking. It's a little bit more sedate through 16, but around some of the corners like turn 12, really obvious quite how much rearward steering the driver is having to do, how much correcting the driver is having to do using that brake with the rear bias to get the car turned into the corner. Might see a better example of that at the first corner, but all the same, Enrico Federer looks like he's the pressure man at the moment. 2:03.6 is his best lap of the race. He was 3/10 quicker on a 2:03.9 last time by, so he's halved that gap, and by no means is Mackenzie Cresswell out of the firing line.
No, not at all. This is going to be a test for Cresswell across the middle phase of this race. Here is your battle for 9th place. This is Daniel Blickler in the W&S Motorsport prepared black and yellow Porsche Cayman GT4. This is the RS CS spec. And then Mark Ellman in the Ginetta G56. Very familiar car to those who follow their Ginetta racing back in the UK. SVG Motorsport running this one yet again, and looks like Mark Ellman's in a bit of a hurry here.
Yes, he's been pressuring the back of Blickler for a while. Of course, even though they are AM and Pro-Am class cars, they are both bronze-rated drivers. So they should be much of a muchness out there on the circuit, and as it is proving to be, Ellman pressuring then. I understand the SVG car had an ABS failure during qualifying down at turn 1, which perhaps led to a little bit of a heartbeat increase. I think it was Mark at the wheel at the time. But all the same, the car seems to be working well underneath him now in race conditions. And under pressure, or pressuring I should say, Daniel Blickler for 9th overall. Blickler the sole AM class driver, so of course he is leading that class. Meanwhile, we are once again seeing faster sector times from Enrico Federer, and the net result of that is a Mackenzie Cresswell under serious pressure as they come up through turn 17 and 18.
Cresswell soaking that pressure up at the moment, and we've got a good exit out of turn 16. Didn't have that same kick of oversteer that we saw for Callum Davies in similar machinery a few laps ago. He's going to have to defend though into turn 1, takes that middle line, breaks into turn 1 nicely, doesn't need to defend too hard in the end from Federer, but Federer is just probing at the moment, trying to find the lowest risk opportunity to find a way through. The Mercedes AMG looking quite balanced at this stage of the race. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. 15 minutes gone so far, and this is your closest battle on circuit for the lead of this race. Sweeping through the end of sector number 1. Gap to the Aston behind is now around 6 to nearly 7 seconds ahead of Badawanda 2, but Datu's doing a good job there. He's got his own advantage of 3.5 seconds over Callum Davies behind. It feels to me, Adam, that it's sector 2 where the McLaren is really excelling right now. It's not a surprise that the Mercedes has perhaps got a little bit of the edge on the long straights, the big German engine there pushing the number 11 along, but Mackenzie Cresswell is optimising where his car is strongest at the moment.
Yes, he is, but Cresswell deep there into turn 12. They have jinxed it a little bit there, my friend. But this could be the golden opportunity then for Federer. Traditionally, the McLaren's good on the rotation here at turn 15, but the Mercedes might have a little bit of an edge planting the car out of the corner. The top two then running down the back straight. Will Federer get the toe to a significant extent, to enough of an extent to challenge into turn 16? He's only going to be afforded the outside line regardless by Cresswell, but Cresswell needs to make sure he doesn't overshoot the corner. That does look quite late on the brakes from Mackenzie. No, he nails it. Perfectly done to keep the car in the race lead for the time being, but I get the feeling this is going to be 13.5 minutes of sector time tennis between the two of them, and huge pressure for Mackenzie Cresswell. Meanwhile, in the back of shot there, Ravi Ramyeed past Callum Davis in defending, I think, from Callum, because I think he'd already gotten through, as a matter of fact. But regardless, the big BMW now up there in 4th position overall. Again, Ravi Ramyeed showing his stuff. Callum Davis may also have to worry about Maximilian Schreier and Joachim Bolting behind, who are getting closer.
Yeah, really good stuff once again from Ravi Ramyeed to find his way through. He's been testing and trying to find a way through for 4th place for a good few laps now. Pace, unsurprisingly, just dropping away a little bit for those out there. We're still in, well, the leaders are into the mid-204s now, with their squabbling over that position. And Badawanda 2 is currently your fastest driver out on track. So Cresswell leads from Federer. They're 2, Ramyeed, Davies. Elite Motorsport from SR Motorsport, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Century Motorsport, all quite happy with this at the moment. For Rafa Racing, I think a little bit of soul searching. The 812, I'd say, just comparing look of cars, so we're sat in a nice warm commentary box and the drivers are the ones doing the hard work, Adam, but the 812 not quite looking as comfortable as its fellow McLaren out there at the lead, in the lead of this race.
No, well, interestingly, speaking to Davis and Hart earlier on, they observed that the elite McLaren is perhaps a bit more taily than theirs usually, when it comes especially under braking. But all the same, yes, something not quite hooked up in that car for this race. We know what Callum Davis is capable of. We know what Enrico Federer is capable of as well. Let's take a look here at turn 16 again. He's earlier on the brakes than Cresswell, but it just seems that Mackenzie can just about get it stopped. You see the McLaren is maybe 5 meters, even 3 meters later on the brakes, but it makes all the difference. Here, though, comes Enrico Federer. He got a good run out of 16. He draws alongside the McLaren as they run down the straight, and huge reams more pace coming through 17 and 18 than Federer. He's got a nose ahead. He's on the outside. He'll have the inside for turn 2. Cresswell has to yield. Good, close, contact-free racing between them there through the first couple of corners, but the momentum from Federer coming up the hill towards the straight was immense.
Exit of turn 16 again was the key one. Cresswell just quite wasn't able to get on the power as early as he would have wanted to, and that gave Federer the opportunity with that power down the pit straight to just do a sweet move round the outside. You don't see many round the outside overtakes into turn 1, but now for Enrico Federer, this is where the McLaren is stronger, down through the corkscrew, just able to take those subtly tighter lines. Federer, at the moment, Federer now unleashed, looks to be breaking away through sector number 2. No other changes to report further down the order. It's still the 2 from Ramyeed, Davies, Schreier, Bolting, Horrell, Blickler and element in the top 10. Well, we hope, as neutrals here in the box, that we are going to see a response from Mackenzie Cresswell, because it's been fascinating to watch these two go at it for the last 6 or 7 laps. But something tells me that on this day in history, that Mercedes AMG has got a little bit more pace today.
3 wins on the bounce at Valencia. Federer would certainly like to make it 4 in 4 races. We see there the brake bias adjustment going on for Mackenzie Cresswell. We'll be putting the bias forward for the big stop into turn 16, because the rotation into the corner doesn't matter quite so much. You saw him there fighting the wheel as well under braking into T16, but it does appear that even though he is later on the brakes into the corner, he is going to struggle to get close enough to Federer again, unless Federer makes a slip up. It does look like that Mercedes is liking this circuit. It did secure a win here last year in the hands of Marcel Maršovics, the SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT4, and it was all front-engine cars that won the races here last year in the GT4 Winter Series. So that data point is continuing to show itself a little bit. Maybe 1 lap pace, the mid-engine cars can find a little bit more, but in the race, the defending, the extra power that you kind of have to put into the front-engine cars to balance them with the mid-engines on a balance of performance might just work in favour of the cars like the Mercs and indeed the Aston and Badland did too in 3rd.
Indeed, so this is your fight for 6th place on your screens now, just going through turns 4 and 5, come to the end of sector number 1. Maximilian Schrerer and Joachim Boelting. Pace last time around for Boelting, 2 minute 5.4. Schrerer closer to his maximum pace, but just a couple of tenths slower on this occasion. Boelting, I think, got too close to Schrerer on that occasion, coming down through the corkscrew, and had to arrest that momentum before having something ill to report back to the team. Bit wide for Schrerer coming over the crest of the hill. 2 very evenly matched pieces of machinery here, both Porsche Cayman GT4 RS specs, one in the Pro category in the hands of Schrerer, and Boelting, as mentioned, now up to the Pro-Am for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. So good to see Boelting having the scrap there with Maximilian Schreyer, who had his first ever GT race with us, of course, all the way back at Estoril, was fighting for victory at times at Portimao, and fighting for podiums at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo last time out. I think maybe a bit hindered by his quali performance for this race, but I expect to see the number 31 challenging for a podium at some point this weekend. Not to be in this race, though. We again ride on board there briefly with Mackenzie Cresswell as he seesaws at the wheel in 2nd place. Detu in 3rd position. Ramyud and Davis still close together in 4th and 5th, but it is just over a second between them, 1.3 between the 4th and 5th place cars. And then Maximilian Schreyer in 6th. Of course, Ravi Ramyud on your timing and scoring on the side of your screen is a black number, as you can see. It was originally entered as a Pro-Am car, but it is an invitational entry because the M4 GT4 Evo is not yet homologated. Looked like a poor run there through turn 7 for Enrico Federer, and that has opened the door a little bit for Cresswell.
Yeah, I said earlier, Adam, that I thought it was going to be a case of Federer, once in the lead, would gallop away. I think I'm going to be eating my words here, because Mackenzie Cresswell was 4 tenths quicker on that last lap, that last full lap, and he's closed in even more through the first 2 sectors of this one. Again, it's going to be all down to the run into turn 16, but 6 minutes to go. This race isn't done yet through this box section of the course, through 12, 13, and it's this run here through 14, 15 to be as tidy as possible. The Mercedes just able to take that tighter line across those curbs, maybe ride those curbs a little bit better, but Cresswell may have an opportunity here down the straight towards turn 16. Federer goes from the hunter to the hunted at this stage, but again, the pace, the power that the Mercedes has through this part of the course is really setting up the number 11 for SR Motorsport to not have to worry too much once they get to turn 16. Cresswell a little bit deep there on that occasion.
Yeah, just a bridge too far there on the late braking for the elite McLaren. Baudouin d'Etou, you see they're having a fairly lonely race now in third place in the back of shot as well. 3 manufacturers in the top 3 at the moment, and indeed 4 in the top 4. Of course, Ravi Rami's BMW following the Aston, following the McLaren, and indeed the Mercedes at the very front of the field for the time being. We're into the final 5 minutes of this race. It's going to work out as 3 to go here in this GT4 Winter Series race, and Callum Davis wants to get his position back. Meanwhile, Joachim Bolting wants to be in the top half dozen if he possibly can. He's got that Pro-Am victory seemingly on a platter at the moment, with a 10-second lead over Tim Horrell behind him in the Pro-Am class, but Schreier's ahead of him. Bolting is an old school racer. He's been doing this for a decade now, and he is certainly an old school kind of cat, and he wants 6th position.
Good response there from Schreier to not panic down into turn 1 as Bolting had a go. Good speed through the first sector. I tell you what, these McLarens are coming back into this, Adam. You've got a similar story between Callum Davies and Ravi Rami, that as we've gone on in this one through the second half, the pace of the McLarens has come on song. Bolting trying again to find a way through down the corkscrew to take 6th place away from Schreier. Schreier wise to that one. Davies a bit wide that time around, coming through the long sweeper. 3.5 minutes to go. Looks like Federer right now has calmed things down again. The lead's back out to 3/4 of a second ahead of Mackenzie Cresswell, but it still feels like it's not completely secured just yet.
No, it doesn't. I did enjoy just then the different philosophies at turn 10 exit between Bolting and Schreier. Schreier is going with the majority, and that is wide, the high line, as it would be at Daytona, whereas Joachim Bolting is being rather gentlemanly about it all. 2 wheels within the white lines, all of that. So that's interesting to see the 2 different approaches there. Top 2 come across the line with 2 laps to go. 0.9 of a second is the gap. So Cresswell starting to drop back just a little bit again. Ravi Rami and Messi at 16, Messier at 17. And again, Callum Davis may sense opportunity here. Would not have been close enough for a move into the first corner. And as they come past my commentary position, certainly not close enough for a move into the first corner. But evidence, as if it were needed, that Ravi Rami is still pushing.
Definitely so to keep himself there in 4th place, back with the leaders. Federer a touch quicker that time around, took another couple of tenths away from Mackenzie Cresswell. Cresswell looking to keep this run going of the number 77 being classified in the top 3 pretty much every single race across the course of this season so far in the GT4 Winter Series. Down through turn 10 once again. Ravi Rami having a bit of a defence down. Oh, the back end of the BMW really starting to get a bit loose. There is surely going to be an opportunity for Callum Davies here. He could just keep it precise, not get too overexcited himself in the 812 Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren.
Yes, so we'll keep an eye on that one. The number 71 car, Ramied has to get it right this time at turn 16, because Davis will be lining his ducks in a row for the best possible exit out of that corner now, seeing what happened a lap ago. I think those lighter on their feet McLarens do just save their tyres a little bit more. We do tend to see them seemingly get a little stronger towards the end of the race. That isn't quite materialising though for Mackenzie Cresswell, who I think will be still about a second behind Federer, as Federer momentarily crosses the line to start the final lap. Joachim Bolting has no car advantage over Maximilian Schreier, same spec, Porsche Caymans, fighting for 6th and 7th, but Bolting might have lined up Schreier here just a little bit. No, just about gets the corner exit right, does Schreier, but Bolting did get the wider run out of the corner, will have the better run going down to the first turn. I'm not quite sure that Maximilian Schreier is going to be secure in 6th place this time as they run towards the first corner, and not quite working out in Bolting's favour, or is it? Because again, Schreier is compromising every corner exit, trying to go as defensive as possible. Oh, and that might actually go really, really into Schreier's favour. Boelting tried it at turn 3, got his nose cut off, and that's given Max a critical few car lengths.
Brave racing, but clean racing. Good stuff to say. Oh, Boelting's got all out of shape there, and may have lost his opportunity now to find a way past Schreier. We're up on time, so the next time around we'll see the final lap. But no, we will see the final lap on this occasion. No +1 lap in this one. And Enrico Ferreira, what a job that Enrico's done here. Because there was that moment, well, firstly he had to find his way past Mackenzie Cresswell, but then that moment about 3/4 in this race where it felt like Cresswell was coming back. He's been able to dig deep, find that tenth and a half a lap just to settle himself down. He's going to come away with the win.
Yes, he is. Enrico Ferreira is going to be beaming just as soon as he exits turn 16. He's not the kind of driver that likes to count his chickens before they hatch, but it has been a monumental performance yet again from Enrico. He has won every race he has competed in over the course of the last 2 weekends, and that streak continues. It's win number 4 in a row for SR Motorsport as they continue to pull Elite Motorsport and Mackenzie Cresswell in for second place in the championship, or first and second place in the championship. Baudouin Detu is in 3rd position. 4th place will go to Ravi Ramyid, I say. Yes, it will go to Ravi Ramyid, just ahead of Callum Davis, who rounds out the top 5. Schreier and Boelting still going at it, and the Pro-Am winner has to settle for 7th overall. Daniel Blickler, the AM winner, comes across the line in 9th, and Mark Ellman never gave up, did he, up against Daniel Blickler? Was always there just behind, and rounds out the top 10. It will be Mikael Sander who wins Cayman Trophy, Thilo Goss who finishes in 13th, winning the club class.
Some good entertainment there. Good way to start things for the GT racing here at Aragon on this Winter Series weekend, and I think there's going to be some happy faces on the podium in a few moments' time.
Yeah, go and shepherd them, Andrew. It's a difficult job. I don't envy you on the podium, along with Ana Esteves and some of the others down at the GEDLICH Racing crew. We just saw there Mikael Sander and Viljakuna going through the last couple of corners and across the line, and Thilo Goss will be the last car across in the wonderful sounding Aston Martin Vantage GT4, the 4.7 litre naturally aspirated version, coming across the line in 13th. A little bit of a look on board with Thilo, the enthusiastic German racer who across the season takes part in probably 5 different championships out in Germany, and he thought, well, Winter Series for good measure. Great to see him having fun in the club class for first generation or out of homologation GT4 cars. If your car has ever been homologated as a GT4, be it the early KTM Crossbows, the 997 GT4 Porsches, even the F82 BMW M4s, the BMW M3 E92 before it, all cars like that are eligible for the club class in the GT4 Winter Series, and it would be wonderful to see more of those slightly older school machines as the GT4 category as a whole celebrates its 18th birthday this year, 2007, the inaugural season for Stefan Rattel Organisation's GT4 category. The cars then making their way back towards the podium at the moment, and there is the victorious machine. Enrico Ferreira has once again been in charge of this motor race, and it has been a joy to watch him work at the wheel of that car. A car affectionately known as Leisel by the Schnitzelbaum by SR Motorsport team. One of 2 number 11 Mercedes-Benz in their garage, the other one being the car from Kenneth Heyer, and the number and his co-driver, sorry, Moritz Viskirchen. Of course, in the GT Win Series, we'll see that car out a little bit later on. But for now, the sister 11 car at the top of the standings of the GT4 Win Series. 4 wins in a row for Förderer, and of course, his teammate, his cohort, that being J-Mo Hartling. And Enrico gets himself out of the car and celebrates yet another victory for he and the SR Motorsport crew. Joel Mesh, one of his best buddies, a driver we're familiar with, of course, in the GT4 Win Series, congratulating Enrico Förderer there. Mackenzie Cresswell with a solid second place result, but of course that does slightly shrink the championship gap once again in the GT4 Win Series overall championship battle. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as this weekend progresses. The gap came in with 32 points. That will now be down to 27 points. It's still a fair gap, it must be said, but with every passing race, if the SR Motorsport team can continue to perform at this level, the championship is by no means decided in Elite Motorsport's favour. They'll be working very hard, I'm sure, to figure out what they can do to get the last out of that McLaren going into race 2 and the endurance race on Sunday as well. We've got one more 30-minute sprint and, of course, a 60-minute pit stop race to come on Sunday. Meanwhile, Izzy Browning is down at the podium, and she is going to talk to Enrico Förderer.
I am indeed with Enrico Förderer. Enrico, you said to me on the grid that you weren't happy with qualifying. You put that right immediately, and the winning streak continues.
Yeah, so I told you the qualifying was not good, and I told you the car has more than we showed in the qualifying, and I think the race showed it.
Yeah, you've absolutely showed that in this first race. Of course, trying for quite a while to get past Mackenzie, trying kind of every which way. Eventually did get past him and make the move, but even then, still applying a lot of pressure on you until the last few laps.
Yeah, so the overtaking at the end of the race was tactic, and I think we could go more fast, but yeah, it was enough.
And you're buzzing, obviously. You're celebrating with your team getting out of the car because you are reeling in the championship lead now. I think they said 27 points now will be the gap between you and Elite's Mackenzie Cresswell. So feeling good for tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel very good. The championship gap is now closer. We have more chance to win the championship, and I think it was a really good race.
Right. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. Head on up to the podium. Our first winner in the GT4s this weekend. Once again, SR's Enrico Förderer.
Good job, Enrico Förderer. A great victory for SR Motorsport. Their 4th on the bounce, but they had to work for it here at MotorLand Aragón. The race got underway. Rolling start, of course, in the GT4 Winter Series. And it was Mackenzie Cresswell on pole position for Elite Motorsport. It was a good start from Förderer. Tried to go around the outside, but couldn't quite get it done. Meanwhile, Baudouin Detu and Callum Davis were side by side going into turn 3. Detu on the outside line, the slightly older surface on the outside of that corner. It didn't quite yield the grip he would have liked as Ravi Ramid moved up into the top 5, and he was not done making positions in these early stages of the race. Joachim Bolting was rather swallowed by the pack, unfortunately, in the first stanza of the race. He would come under significant pressure and a little bit of contact from his Pro-Am rival Tim Horrell on the first lap of the race, but Bolting would soon build a gap between himself and Horrell and try and hunt down some overall positions. Meanwhile, Davis and Detu continued to scrap for 3rd position, which allowed the top 2 to break away a little bit from the 3rd place battle. It was Davis in 3rd, Detu in 4th, Ravi Ramid in 5th, and Maximilian Schreier starting from a poor position on the grid, making his way up the order. Ramid was struggling a little bit to get the car stopped into turn 16 in the early stages of the race. The big BMW needing the anchors thrown out a little bit earlier than Ravi would have liked, but he managed to get it sorted later on in the race and started really challenging hard as the race went on. Baudouin Detu looked like he had the quicker car underneath him versus Callum Davis, and so it would come to pass. The big Aston Martin to the inside at the first corner, and he would get it done quite easily at turn 1, kicking up a little bit of dust on the inside of the corner, but moving forward into third position, a position that he would retain all the way to the flag. Mark Elman would retain 10th place all the way to the flag, not for lack of trying though, as he continued to chase Daniel Blickler for 9th position in the race. But the AM class Porsche Cayman GT4 RSCS having a good run. Here is Ramyed just pursuing at this point Callum Davis. Davis, after losing out to Detu, he ended up really challenging for an overall 4th position. Of course, it is an overall 4th position that he would ultimately get. Elman would continue to be looking for any way past Blickler that he could possibly find in the lovely V8-powered G56 GT4 Evo. But it was very hard for Mark Elman. Both very experienced drivers at this point, both with several years of experience underneath them, and Blickler was using his experience to keep Mark Elman at bay. The 77 car was still leading. Mackenzie Cresswell was still our race leader, but coming out of turn 16, struggled to get the power down on this occasion. 17, 18, he would also struggle to get the power down. I think Enrico Ferderer was taking notes behind him, keeping an eye on what opportunities he could possibly get for the lead, and an opportunity would arise coming up the hill into the first corner. It would be a race lead move for Enrico Ferderer round the outside at the first turn. He was through, and comfortably through at that. He would not lose the lead from there. Elman still trying to find a way past Blickler in the final minutes of the race. It looked like he'd got it done at one point at turn 10, but the outer line proving strong for Blickler there. As that battle continued, Joachim Bolting wanted 6th overall as he continued to contest Maximilian Schreier. Ramyed, meanwhile, was clear roughly of Callum Davis, although he was struggling with the car a little bit in the final stages of the race. Everyone starting to get a bit sideways towards the end, but no such dramas for Enrico Ferderer, who crossed the line to win the first race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series, continuing to chip away at that championship lead on his behalf, as well as his teammate, Jamo Hartling. Ferderer wins the race then from Mackenzie Cresswell in 2nd place. Baudouin Detu takes 3rd position overall. Ravi Ramyed 4th, 5th place for Maximilian Schreier, 6th position for Callum Davis. Now that switched because Schreier had a penalty for track limits that was added post-race. Bolting 7th, Horrell in 8th place, Daniel Blickler in 9th, and Mark Elman rounding out the top 10. 11th place going to the Cayman Trophy winner Mikael Sander, Villikuna in P12, and Thilo Gus rounding out the top 13, or rounding out the 13 car finishing order, I should say, in that race. I understand we are ready to go down on the podium, so we can now go down to Andrew Mather with some more celebrations down on the rostrum.
Thank you very much, Adam. Ready to kick things off for our podium ceremonies for the first race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. We start with our club category. Please welcome your club category winner in car 700, Thilo Gus. Bit of chatter going on with the drivers. I think each other know how their races went. It's a very busy one out there on circuit. But welcome onto stage our club category winner, Thilo Gus. Receiving the trophy for first place. Solid run again for Thilo. We'll have a few photography moments in there as well. An opportunity to take congratulations from the team. Really good drive. Thank you, Thilo. We'll move into the Cayman Trophy category next. Our top 2 drivers receiving trophies for their efforts. Starting with driver in second place in the 110, Wilhelm Kuhn. And your winner in the Cayman Trophy category, driving the 111, please welcome Michael Sander. Trophies again for our top 2 drivers. Really, really exciting race in the Cayman Trophy category. And happy drivers indeed. I think they enjoyed that one. The good conditions that we've got here this weekend at Aragon. Few photos and videos as well. Opportunities to take the thanks from their team down below us here at the podium. Our big thanks once again to our top 2 in the Cayman Trophy. Thank you very much to Wilhelm Kuhn and Michael Sander. The AM category is next. Great to have this driver on the grid today for the first time this season. Please welcome driver number 32, Daniel Bickler. Daniel receives the trophy for first place in class. A few photos as well. We know the drill by now. More opportunities, of course, across the course of this weekend for the GT4 Winter Series, with more races to come. Thank you, Daniel. Thumbs up to the team there. Into the Pro-Am class. Great to see this driver on the podium at a really spirited race. Please welcome third place, number 82, Mark Ellman. In second place, driver number 30, Tim Hurl. And your winner in race 1 in the Pro-Am category, please welcome driver number 38, Joachim Bultling. Trophies for our top 3 in this one. Some very enticing racing across the different cars in that one. Sets everybody up very, very well indeed for the course of the weekend. Once again, just a few photos for our top 3 in Pro-Am. Everybody looking forward to their second races later on in the weekend. Big thanks to everyone, big round of applause. The top 3 in Pro-Am. Thank you, drivers. One more category to go, of course, which is the Pro category, and stories up and down the order in the Pro category for the first race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. And some great overtakes as well, including from our driver in third place in Pro. Please welcome the number 39 in the Aston Martin. Please welcome Barouin Detu. In second place, please welcome in the number 77 McLaren, Mackenzie Cresswell. And your Pro class winner and overall winner, a really strong run. Please welcome your winner, once again, driver number 11, Enrico Flederer. Trophies for the last time in this particular podium ceremony for our top 3. And if that first race was anything to go by, we're in for some spectacular racing and clean racing all the way in the GT4 Winter Series. Do make sure that you stay with us for the second and third races later on in the weekend, along with all the other racing that we've got to go as well. Thank you, drivers. Thank you for your time. Congratulations once again. We'll see you later on in the weekend. And here at MotorLand Aragón, we'll get ready for the next race in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, so then the Prototype Winter Series is next out onto the circuit. The rumbling LMP3 machines making their way down there onto the circuit. You might be unsurprised to know who we have on pole position for this race. It's car number 1, P1, once again. Danny Sufi for Conrad Motorsport will line up on pole position for this. If he can win both races this weekend, he will be champion once again in the Prototype Winter Series, but he's going to face stern competition, especially, of course, in the latter phase of this race, where it is mostly silver and gold rated drivers at the wheel of all of these cars. High Class Racing's Philip Lindberg will line up alongside him for this race. He is a silver rated driver. The CLX Motorsport car, Quentin Joseph starting that machine. That's bronze rated driver Quentin Joseph. John Brownson, Wolfgang Pyer, also bronze rated drivers. They will have a shorter pit stop, about 30 seconds shorter prior to the second half of the race. Of course, mandatory pit stop in this 50-minute plus 1 lap race, and they will hand over to their pro drivers, and perhaps the combination of that slightly smaller pit stop handicap time and the pro drivers taking over might give Danny something to think about in the second phase of the race. It's all going to be down to how his first stint plays out, how the first phase of this race plays out here in the Prototype Winter Series. All cars are now down there on the grid, and hopefully we'll get to take a quick look at them in a moment. In fact, we can take a look at them now because Izzy's ready down on the grid.
I am indeed down on the grid once again for our first Prototype Winter Series race of the day. And as Adam has said, we welcome them back after a month break from the Winter Series. Of course, they've had a little bit of time off since we last saw them in Portimao. But as Adam has also said, a very familiar story to what we're used to. And that is the number 1 on P1. Once again, Danny Sufi on pole position with the chance to win the championship this weekend. I think he knows exactly what I'm going to ask. Danny, well, the chance to win the championship this weekend, of course, if you win both races. Is that something you're thinking about, or is it just take one race at a time?
The driver in me wants to get it done this weekend, but also the smart person in me is like, let's just take this one race at a time. So we're just gonna focus on this race, see if we can make a clean break, and have less work to do in the second stint.
Exactly what I was going to ask is the plan to just get a clean start and make your life easier after the pit stops. But you've already answered that question for me, so I won't ask that question. Instead, you won both races here in Aragon last year. Of course, you had a co-driver. You're on your own this year. Are you going to be able to do the same thing again, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're always going to try. If we're lucky in this race and there's no full course yellows or safety cars, we should have a good chance. Tomorrow will be tricky in the first stint, but I think it's still possible. We just got to, be super consistent, but quick, and chase him down in both races.
All right, well, all about today. So good luck for today, and we'll continue on. Alongside him, of course, is the number 20 of Philip Lindberg. Now, I actually spoke to Philip earlier in the weekend, but before he'd actually driven a lap of the circuit. I spoke to him on Thursday after the very first practice session, and I said, oh, how was the first practice session? He said, I haven't actually been out yet because we had an issue that stopped us from going out, but I am going to try and jump in with him now. Philip, when I spoke to you earlier in the weekend, you hadn't actually driven a lap of the circuit yet, but you have now. So how have things been so far, and how comfortable are you feeling here in Aragon?
Yeah, way better and better. Everything is feeling more comfortable every lap. So yeah, I'm enjoying it down here.
Yeah, you're always enthusiastic on the grid, which we love to have on our broadcast. Of course, you haven't taken a podium since Estoril, a trickier weekend in Portimao, but I know that you've been doing everything you can to prepare for this weekend. Are you, well, obviously starting in the podium positions, do you think you're going to be able to consolidate that and take another podium today?
I have to.
Yeah. You have to, that's the mindset.
Yeah, I've been working hard, so for me, we are here to develop, and yeah, but a podium is today for us, I see. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Good luck. Have fun out there. Right, we'll continue back. Always love to chat to Philip because he's a great person to chat to. Always enthusiastic on the grid. So great to keep chatting to him. Right. Now, we're going to move on to the second row. We've got the number 87 here of Quentin Joseph. Now, this is a duo that's had a third place, a second place, another third place, and then a second place. So they've only got a first place to complete the collection of all the podium steps. And they are kind of fighting in the championship with the DKR duo for second place at the moment, the DKR duo of Lawrence Herr and John Brownson, who will be starting alongside them. Before they close the door, I am going to jump in just quickly with Quentin. Quentin, great to see you. As I said to you earlier in the weekend, only the first place now that you need to complete the collection. You've had a third and a second. How are you feeling today, obviously starting behind the championship leader?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I did a really good qualification. And yeah, it's going to be fun.
All right, well, we'll leave you to prepare for the race and we'll continue. I think we should maybe get a chance to speak to... we are being thrown off the grid. 1 minute to go and the Prototype Winter Series first race coming up now.
So then the Prototype Winter Series race number 1 is about to get underway. 2 formation laps for these cars because these prototypes are very dependent on their tyre temps and it takes a little while for those tyre temps to arrive. Danny Sufi, though, is your pole sitter. Philip Lindberg lines up in second place. In third position is Quentin Joseph and fourth position John Brownson. Meanwhile, Wolfgang Peyer rounds out the order in 5th place here as this race now gets underway, or will get underway in the next few minutes. It's Conrad Motorsport then with Sufi on pole position. Philip Lindberg second on the grid, as we said. High-class racing, of course, entering that number 20 car for Lindberg, who has been on a learning curve this year, moving into the Prototype Win Series from TCR Denmark. And CLX Motorsports, Quentin Joseph also on a learning curve. He's really just a few tenths or just a few moments back from his driver coach David Drew at times, but only a few meetings into his racing career. So very impressive that Quentin Joseph is, we say, picking it up quite as well as he is. DKR Engineering's John Brownson, as we said, 4th on the grid. He is sharing with Lawrence Herr. They've added some colour to the livery for this weekend. It's been bare carbon fibre so far this season. I'm so maybe a tad disappointed because I do like a bare carbon fibre race car. But Brownson and Herr will be there in 4th. And then, of course, you've got Wolfgang Peyer and Matthias Bier Jakobsen at the rear of the field. Wolfgang Peyer taking the start. Wolfgang with the most interesting CV of anybody on the grid by fact of racing the Dakar on 2 wheels. A rather different approach to going LMP3 racing before his career got started, and we'll see how he can do. It'll be critical for Matthias Bier Jakobsen that he gets handed the car in a good position. Of course, this is the big thing, I think, with this kind of split format almost that we have here, with pit stops mattering a lot more, or pit stop times mattering a lot more. The likes of Sufi and Lindberg with 30 seconds there or thereabouts to spend in the pit lane, and for the pro drivers who are awaiting their car in this first phase of the race, they're just going to be sat there watching the timing screen going, please hand it to me in a strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. And in Danny Sufi's case, he's become a bit of a master of taming this situation, and particularly think back to the wet conditions that we had in Estoril. He really rose to the occasion on that one. And, you know, the qualifyings that he's had so far this weekend, there's been 2 sessions for the drivers, getting pole position for this first race, not quite getting it for the second, but good opportunity for him here to I think, try not to think too much about championship at this stage. Just treat it as yet another race that he's got to win. And if he can do, then maybe start thinking more about championship when we get into the second one of these races later on in the weekend. Second formation lap is underway for the Prototype Winter Series here at Aragon. There is a quick look at the number 12 of Racing Experience. Wolfgang Peyer starting in that one of the 2 Duquesne D08s in this race. And I like that, Adam. I like that we've got the different types of the P3s. We've got the Ligier JS P320 up in the top 3, but a bit of variety out there on our grid today.
I think we'll see more and more of that as the third generation LMP3 cars make their way on song as well. But just to quickly say, yes, the clock is now ticking down. Second formation lap takes place as the first lap of the race here. But yeah, the third generation LMP3 cars, of course, we've already seen them out in Asia. We'll be seeing them in the European Le Mans series this year as well. And those third generation cars, a bit different, V6 powered of course, so we do lose the Thor's hammer sound effects unfortunately around the circuit from the Nissan VK56 engines. But Ginettas have been sold to some high-class teams as well, not high-class racing, but Nielsen Racing, who have agreed to race a Ginetta this year. It looks like a DES also have some customers lined up. In fact, it is a DES that has Nielsen, my apologies. But all the same, it does look like we're going to have all 4 chassis manufacturers for LMP3 out there on the market, and that's not always been the case. So that's really exciting to see that Ligier and Duquesne are going to have increased competition in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. It almost takes them back to the very start of the first generation. I remember watching the very first LMP3 race in the European Le Mans Series at Silverstone many years ago from trackside. And we'll miss the sound, we'll miss the throaty roar. In some regards, I think when you watch trackside for a long race, you can be like, oh no, not another safety car period, when they really make a lot of noise. But yeah, 5 of them to enjoy here. 4 is in the first race of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series on that long run down to turn 16. And we'll say it again, we've seen in both races so far this afternoon, the Formula Winter Series and the GT4 Winter Series, getting the start right has been imperative around this circuit. And we say by the start, the whole of the first lap, because of the different opportunities that you've got around this circuit, particularly here into turn 16, when brakes are cold, perhaps tyres aren't quite up to their full operating temperature. There's a lot of things for the drivers to think about across the course of the next 2.5 minutes.
Absolutely right. So let's see how this first lap unfolds. Danny Sufi is watching the gantry as he gets ready to start this race in earnest. It'll be effectively 46 or so minutes left on the clock, plus 1 lap when this race gets underway. It's Ligier at the front, but let's see what the Duquesnes can do from behind. Danny Sufi and Philip Lindberg will drag race to the line as this race gets underway. Down to the first corner they go, and Sufi covers off the first turn nicely. Lockups from both of them at the front, though. Lindberg goes wide, as does John Brownson. John Brownson not only wide, but spinning at the first corner. The DKR engineering car having to collect itself back up. John will be disappointed. Lawrence will be disappointed as well. The lost ground there early on. Wolfgang Peyer also dropping a little bit off the top 3 there at the start of this race. But it's Sufi from Lindberg, from the first of the bronze drivers, Quentin Joseph, in 3rd position as this race gets started. As a reminder, no Pro-Am style classes in this race. They are all balanced just by the pit stops. 148 seconds for Sufi to serve from pit in to pit out from the 20 to 30 minute portion of this race. So 20 minutes into the race, the window will open. But for Sufi, he's got 148 seconds, as does Philip Lindberg. 119 for Her and Brownson, for Joseph and Drew, and 117 for Jakobsen and Paya. So for Danny Sufi, the name of the game, and the game he's very much playing at the moment, is build that gap.
We'll see how he's able to do it across the course of probably the next 10 minutes or so. That's a real shame, though, for DKR Engineering and John Brownson, because effectively they've already lost some of the pit stop advantage that they have per the regulations, and Lawrence Her is going to need to find that pace and find that time back in the second half of this one. A bit of a lock-up there for Philip Lindberg into turn 16 in the number 24 high-class racing. But there's been a decent start for Lindberg. He's got a bit of work to do in race 2 as well. His second qualifying didn't go particularly well this morning, but I think he's learning every time he goes out on track. It's a long track, quite complex in some areas. It can be a difficult one if you've not been here before. Some of our drivers that is the case so far this weekend, but already into the rhythm of this one, Adam, and Danny Sufi continuing to build his lead.
Sufi has made a habit of doing this season in the Prototype Winter Series, herring off into the distance, and then Philip Lindberg in second position, just kind of as a middle ground almost between Sufi and the rest of the pack. Lindberg, as I alluded to a little earlier on, TCR Denmark driver previously, still finding his footing into the Prototype Winter Series, and I think he doesn't necessarily regard himself as a professional racing driver in the way that Danny Sufi does. He is a silver-rated driver, but that's largely a symptom of the fact that he started at well under 30 years old. And if you are under 30, you are typically classified as a silver by default per the FIA grading system. That's the same reason, of course, that Jonas Karklis, even though he is certainly businessman first, racing driver second in the GT Winter Series, he's also silver rated because he was already racing in his middle 20s. Up into 6th gear then goes Danny Sufi as he powers down to the 16th corner of the lap, the all-important braking zone down there at turn 16. Sufi has been electric here previously. Last year, of course, shared this car with Glenn Van Berlo and had a very good weekend in the Prototype Winter Series. He's all on his own this weekend. Of course, not only is he all on his own, but he is doing double duty as well, because he is competing in the GT Winter Series as well with Conrad Motorsport.
I think we'll have a look at the replay of the start as well. As I say, there was a bit of drama into turn number 1. A perfect run for Danny Sufi, but keep an eye on the number 3 of John Brownson. Now, was this a spin on his own, or was there a little bit of physical encouragement there? Well, I think there was very close proximity with the number 12 of Racing Experience. There was that lock-up as well for both Lindberg and Joseph. So dramatic stuff in the early stages of this one. There is your race leader, Danny Sufi, professionally controlling this one as he has throughout the course of this season so far at Estoril and at Portimao. This is the first race meeting back in Spain. And of course, these drivers will complete their season. Everyone will complete their seasons over the next fortnight when we go to Catalonia, to Barcelona, to wrap up this 2025 edition of the Winter Series. A nice steady pace at the moment for Danny Sufi. Again, just trying to build things before he gets into that pit stop window, where of course he won't do any kind of driver change. He'll sit there, have a little think, have a little pause, and then get back on his way later on. This one, there is the number 12 of Wolfgang Paya.
Paya, of course, sharing with Mattis Bjerre-Jakobsen, who won the shootout for that seat at the tail end of 2024. I think a couple of dozen talents convening for the shootout and looking to try and get a seat in the Prototype Winter Series in this Duqueine D08. And it was Bia Jakobsen that won out and is now piloting alongside Wolfgang Peyer, who has been a regular part of the racing experience furniture, I suppose you could call it. The Austrian driver came runner-up in the trophy class of the 2023 Prototype Cup Germany, along with racing experience. And as I said, he's also done some rally raid previously on 2 wheels as well. John Brownson is closing in on Peyer, incidentally, at the rate of about 3 seconds per lap. So I suspect that John Brownson, recovering from that spin, will soon be hot on the heels of Wolfgang Peyer. Meanwhile, we see Quentin Joseph here in 3rd place with CLX Motorsport, Cool Racing, Nicolas Lapierre's team. There's a name you should all know. And yeah, Quentin Joseph, the Belgian racer, still fairly new, but he does seem to be really finding his footing across the Wind Series in this Ligier.
Yeah, he is indeed. 155.4 last time around is a personal best so far in this race for Quentin Joseph, and will fall. Oh no, he's gone round there coming out of turn 15. Good recovery. Control Alt Delete and we'll get going again, but we'll probably have lost about 5 or 6 seconds. That was a strange one in a way. It just looked like the rear broke away from him under power coming onto the long straight. But I was just about to say that his pace isn't too far off what we saw from him in qualifying earlier on this morning before that little moment. New fastest lap of the race so far for your race leader, Danny Sufi, 151.9. So first break under the 1 minute 52 barrier. 1 minute 51.2 for reference in qualifying earlier on today. How much time did Joseph lose in that one? Yeah, well, actually lost a little bit more, lost something more in the range of 7 or 8 seconds with that little spin, but good recovery, got it back pointing in the right direction. The car's fine. Just try and get into a rhythm now for the next 10 minutes of this race.
Incidentally, 151.961, not only the fastest lap of the race, but the fastest ever LMP3 racing lap of the MotorLand Aragón circuit that has seen some resurfacing in recent times, and it is yielding quicker times out there on the circuit. The previous fastest lap to be completed here in LMP3 current racing conditions, 153.224 by Lawrence Herr last year in the Prototype Winter Series. He'll take over this car, the number 3 DKR engineering machine, in the middle phase of the race. We are 7.5 minutes, roughly speaking, away from the pit window opening. It will remain open for 10 minutes, and we can usually expect the likes of Wolfgang Peyer and John Brownson to exit early to try and give their co-drivers maximum time in the car, but we'll see how that pans out. In the more imminent future, though, let's see how this battle for 4th place pans out, Andrew.
Absolutely. John Brownson has responded very nicely indeed after that drama through turn 1 on lap 1. His pace last time around, a 1 minute 56.8. That's a personal best so far, and is pretty much 4 seconds a lap quicker than Wolfgang Peyer has been doing the last few times around. Setting up through turn 15. Long run now into the big braking zone, the big stop of 16. This is going to be quite an important part of the race for Brownson, because right now he'll be losing a bit of time behind the number 12 of racing experience. So he's got to find his way through quickly. He pulls to driver's left, has a think about going down the inside. Oh, and there's a bit of a touch there, and round goes Peyer, who had a lock-up mid-corner as well. Through will go John Brownson, but that's not what either of those two would have wanted.
Absolutely not. That was not what either of them had in mind going into turn 16, but it was the final result. John Brownson's dramatic stint continues, but he now continues on in 4th position. Wolfgang Peyer then demoted to 5th place, and of course that spin losing time for Peyer which will potentially affect Matthias Bjerre-Jakobsen's potential to move for positions. It also sounded like Paya did not have his foot all the way in the throttle as he came past us on the start-finish line. He stayed out on the circuit, but maybe that car might not feel quite right underneath him now. It does seem as though John Brownson's car appears relatively normal, relatively okay, but all the same, he's lost some time.
Yeah, he's just trying to have a look at the aero there because it'll have been on the front right. That angle of the number 12 looks reasonably okay for Wolfgang Paya. That's probably about 15 seconds with that spin. This is good news though for those further up the road, because these moments for the two Duquesne runners means that their pit stop advantages have pretty much gone for the likes of Philip Lindbergh and Quinton Joseph in second and third for High Class Racing and CLX Motorsports. 35 minutes to go in this one, and at the moment Danny Soufi's lead is up to nearly 16 seconds. He's doing a tremendous job once again.
Yeah, and as a reminder, he and Philip Lindbergh have the same pit stop window times, 148 seconds from pit in to pit out with their pit stop handicap. So that is not going to have an effect on their battle specifically, but it will put Lindbergh into a position where he might have to deal, where he might even have David Drew ahead of him, with Quentin Joseph only 17 seconds back at the moment and due for a 30-second slower, quicker pit stop. But he might well end up scrapping later on with Lawrence Herr in the number 3 car that he'll inherit from John Brownson. For Soufi, no such issues with driver changes, no issues with anything at the moment, just driving perfectly here in the Ligier JSP 320. Of course, the first full season campaign for Conrad Motorsport with the Ligier came here last year in the Prototype Winter Series. Previously, they had been running the second generation Ginetta LMP3 car in Prototype Cup Germany, which Danny Soufi debuted in the middle of 2022 in the Ginetta. That car looked a little bit wayward at times in the hands of Danny Soufi, but how much of that was down to the Ginetta and how much of that was down to Danny's drifting background, I'm not quite sure. Speaking of drifting, I think attempted and failed drifting, unfortunately for John Brownson, gets himself back underway and rolling, but all the same, he now gets himself moving again, and that will perhaps hinder that battle I was suggesting before. Lawrence Herr will have a bit more work to do against the likes of Philip Lindbergh post-pit window. We get a look here at exactly what happened. I think probably, yeah, just not quite there with getting the power down, and indeed, I think maybe just had the weight on the wrong part of the car there.
Yeah, it's just on the transition from turn 8 to turn 9 at the point at which Brownson was looking to throw the car into the left-hander. The physics took over and said, not today. So I'm not sure whether that actually changed position. I think Brownson will have lost, yeah, he lost about 14 seconds. So he's held on to 4th place for now, ahead of Wolfgang Paya. Soufi, very consistent pace in the low 1-minute 52s at the moment, so 2 or 3 tenths off his best within this race. It's not a problem at all, just keeping things running to time very nicely indeed. You see John Brownson go past us in our commentary box window to confirm that yes, he has still got 4th place after that spin through turn 8 and turn 9.
Yeah, Wolfgang Paya's laps have slowed down considerably since the collision between himself and John Brownson, for which John Brownson is going to get a drive-through penalty. The number 3 car is being awarded or punished with a drive-through penalty that will have to be served separately, of course, from the pit stop for that collision. So Brownson and Herr's race only gets harder as Soufi continues to extend at the front of the field. Danny Soufi, the reigning Prototype Winter Series champion, yet to lose a race this year. Unfortunately, yet to get a podium this year. The number 3 car of John Brownson and Lawrence Herr, and it looks, Andrew, like that streak might continue.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not been the kind of race for John Brownson to write home about. But sometimes they say that bad things come in threes, don't they? The 2 spins, and now it's going to be this drive-through penalty. There is the number 3 going down through turns 14 and 15, a little bit deep into turn 14 on that occasion. Down onto the long back straight. Some good lap times coming in at the moment, Adam, from Philip Lindberg. I've just seen he's gone and set his personal best sector 1. So let's keep an eye on High Class Racing's number 20, because yes, whilst it's not got the pace at the moment of Danny Soufi, it's more than holding its own against the number 87 of Quentin Joseph. Has got a gap of just over 21 seconds now.
My apologies to DKR Engineering. They're yet to win this season. They have finished second on 2 occasions, but certainly with the race they've had so far, a chance of victory in this race is a particularly long shot. But they have finished twice on 2 occasions already this year. John Brownson then trundles through the pit lane. He'll maybe give a wave to Lawrence Herr as he goes past the DKR Engineering pit stall, and perhaps in a lap or two's time we'll see him into the pits to hand over to Lawrence Herr. Meanwhile, Wolfgang Peyer is going to come in this time, as we can see down here on the camera. Thank you, Joe, for picking up the number 12 car as well while you're down there. And Racing Experience pulls up to the pit lane. Wolfgang Peyer pulls up to the pit lane, or to the garage, for the team here. And the Hauser family team, run by the Luxembourger motorsport legends. Wolfgang Peyer, I think the body language telling a story there for him. He's not happy. Let's see what Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen can do. No,
understandably, Wolfgang Peyer not happy with how things have gone there. You always want to, aim for perfection. That's not really been the case for Wolfgang Peyer, but not really his of his making at this moment. So the pit window open for these mandatory stops to be served. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from the race leader. Danny Soufi's dropped it into a 1 minute 51.8 on that occasion. Lead is now 21.5 seconds, or just over that. And then it's a further 25 seconds back from High Class Racing, who are continuing to hold that second place. In third place at that 25-second point, we find CLX Motorsport with Quentin Joseph. John Brownson now on the outlap, but will probably not be in that car for too much longer before handing it over to Lawrence Herr, holds 4th place, and as just seen there, 5th place at the moment in the pits is Wolfgang Peyer. There is the number 87 of CLX Motorsports, and apart from that single spin, which was probably more my fault, Adam, because I was talking about how things were going on.
I set you up
for Quentin Joseph. It's been a nice tidy stint.
Yeah. Quentin is pretty consistent at the wheel of that car, normally speaking, but one little slip up won't block the copybook too much. What it will do, though, is potentially swing the title back towards Danny Soufi once again. Of course, he is well in the lead, but outscoring Joseph and Drew by 10 points if they stay in 3rd and Soufi stays in 1st. That again gives Soufi the chance to wrap up the title potentially tomorrow here at Aragon. We'll talk about that a bit more in a minute as John Brownson, for the 2nd lap in a row, visits the pit lane, this time to clear the car out for Lawrence Herr. Brownson out there, out of the car, and swiftly handing over to Lawrence Herr, who gets his seat insert into the cockpit. Of course, Herr, who has been hugely decorated in DKR Engineering machinery specifically, always of course in prototypes as well, has won numerous LMP3 accolades over the course of his career. He's always fast. I think his main task at this point is going to be seeing quite what the state of play is between himself and Philip Lindberg, and then working to maybe try and catch him for a podium position, and of course David Drew, who is about to take over from Quentin Joseph down there.
And David Drew's not a slow driver, so it's quite a tall order for Lawrence Herr for the next 26.5 minutes, plus that 1 lap at the end of things. There is your race leader, who has put a lap now on the number 12 of Racing Experience into turn 16 once again, nice and tidy, continuing to lap in the high 1 minute 51s, the low 1 minute 52s, just swinging back and forward by a tenth or so. Lap by lap. Lead is now up to 24 seconds ahead of high-class racing and Philip Lindbergh. In the pits, CLX Motorsports, Quinton Joseph having the driver swap there with David Drew, all looking fairly routine here. As into the pits, Adam comes the race leader.
Yeah, Sufi in, so everybody has now visited the pit lane. He will have to sit there and wait for the better part of 2 minutes, and that is going to be, I'm sure, more than a little bit agonising for him, as it is every time, especially for young, determined racing drivers. They want, you know, as much time as possible pushing through and pushing on at the wheel of a car. So then, Sufi in the number 1 car will not, of course, be getting out of the car, nor will Philip Lindbergh in the number 20 machine, but the other drivers are having a shuffle up, and we can see here Lawrence Herr has now come out just behind Mattis Bjerre-Jakobsen, by the looks of it on circuit, but there is a lap between them, unfortunately, after the dip in form for Wolfgang Peyer towards the end of the race. Some tyre pressure adjustments going on down at Conrad Motorsports, some minute changes. Danny was raving to me down in hospitality earlier this week, saying this car is so hooked up now. They did a full season, of course, in the Prototype Win Series last year. They did Prototype Cup Germany as well, where Danny Sufi finished runner-up, and he says it's just, it goes where I want it to go. We have the onboard camera in that car, and we can see around some of the corners just how compliant the car is. There is some battling. It's a carbon tub prototype. It's a bit stiff. It's a bit wayward at times. But more often than not, Danny and car are in perfect harmony.
But it's something I've noted as we've watched Danny Sufi come through like turns 14 and 15, that there is a bit of lateral movement there, but it just looks like Danny's able to lean on the tyres, know that there's a platform underneath him that's not going to pitch him round, he's not going to have a spin when having those oversteer moments. Compliant is absolutely the right word to describe how the number 1 is going right now. This is the battle once again for 4th place, but with different drivers now. Mattis Bjerre-Jakobsen in for Racing Experience and DKR and Engineering for Lawrence Herr. As out back onto circuit goes Danny Sufi, having served his minimum time for his mandatory pit stop. Pace at the moment through the first sector pretty even between these two at the moment, 28.9s for both of them. Philip Lindbergh still to pit, is now your race leader. And as I say, it's not going to be for too long because it's going to have to come in, do that pit stop, but still good nonetheless to see on that lap chart when you get to the end of the race that he did hold the lead at one point.
Yes, I did erroneously say everyone has been into the pits, but no, Lindbergh has not. And yes, to your point, these two are battling for position. I did think they were a lap apart just because the timing screen had not yet updated, but this is in fact a battle for 4th and 5th in the overall standings at the moment. And Mattis Bjerre-Jakobsen, while he is significantly less experienced in LMP3 cars than multi-championship winner Lawrence Herr, he will be no less scrappy than Lawrence. Of course, as I said, he won the scholarship. He's the reigning Nordic 4 champion as well. Was also christened Danish Talent of the Year at the conclusion of 2024. So every time he gets into this car, he wants to make a statement. And what a statement it would be if he can hold on Lawrence Herr, who has done everything there is to do in LMP3 machinery for the next 21 minutes 40 seconds and an extra lap after that.
I'll tell you about a statement. That first flying lap from Jakobsen was one indeed, a 1 minute 52.1, so he's straight onto the pace that we've been seeing from Danny Sufi throughout the course of this one so far. In a way, this could be useful for Lawrence Herr. These two can work together for the next few laps. The gap up to David Drew in 3rd place is 57 seconds. It's quite a gap as this pit window cycles through. But yeah, this is really good stuff from the silver driver. Pit window is still open. Just over 21 minutes of this one to go.
Yeah, not a small amount of time for a Jakobsen to withstand the pressure from her. Of course, neither man can blame their tools because they are both Duquesne D08s and both from championship winning teams at that as well, of course. Racing experience, the overall drivers and teams champions in the 2023 Prototype Cup Germany. Meanwhile, DKR has won on pretty much every continent in the globe in prototype racing. Before the LMP3 project for racing experience, they were also proponents of hill climb racing and the Boss GP single-seater series, both of which were brilliantly entertaining endeavours. There's some very good onboard footage of the Hauser brothers in GP2 cars, either at Boss GP events or running a GP2 car up a hill climb. The brothers Hauser and indeed their father both heavily involved with the team, and it is a true family outfit down there at Racing Experience.
Is indeed. I'm just looking at lap times, Adam, and we're yet to see the high-class racing number 20 in the pits. But the relative pace between Lindberg and David Drew, Lindberg's doing a really, really good job round here, considering that he's not got the most experience around this Aragon circuit. He's got that 140-odd second pit stop yet to serve, of course, but it's going to be close, I reckon. But at the moment, he's continuing to cycle on average on Drew's pace.
Yet to serve,
but is now
gone
closed.
over the window.
Ooh, good spot.
We are now past the pit window. It's 20 to 30 minutes into the race. We're about to complete minute number 31 of the race. So unfortunately, Philip Lindberg, while he has been setting a good pace out there on the circuit, he is not going to stay there for long, I expect, because yes, he will have to do the pit stop, and yes, he will receive a penalty for not doing it in time. Oh, Lawrence Hurt. Well, if Matthias Bier-Jakobsen thought that Lawrence was going easy, he now knows that he's definitely not. Lawrence did very well indeed to hold that car in a relatively straight line.
Second time that we've seen a car in a bit of bother coming out of turn number 15. The track's looking pretty pacey at the moment. Another new fastest lap's just gone in from Danny Soufier, 151.6 this time around. And well, every car apart from Philip Lindberg is now in the 1 minute 51s, or were, because of that moment for Lawrence Hurt. Lost him probably about a half second, maybe a second. Absolutely did very well to hold on to that one. Here is the number 12 once again, Matthias Bier-Jakobsen. I'm really impressed with this, the rate at which he's been able to get on the pace of the race leaders. Yes, there is that gap that's not really going down at the moment of 57 seconds, because David Drew's doing a useful job as well right now. But you know, you can only drive as quick as the track offers to you when you get into this situation, and Jakobsen is plying his trade well.
151.500 last time by for Danny Soufier. You just saw that up on the screen. Fastest lap of the race, and very telling, isn't it? Quite how quick the current surface, the slightly improved surface is here at MotorLand Aragón. As David Drew comes in with a 51.345. They're now almost 2 seconds a lap quicker than they were last year, and these cars have been in the same spec since 2020. They haven't found 2 seconds worth of pace down at the Ligier and Duquesne factories. This is down to, in a sense, condition as well, because we did have winds and very low temperatures here last year, so that's a factor too. But moreover, I think this new tarmac as well.
Absolutely. I was just having a comparison of the qualifying times. They were quicker, of course, in the second qualifying session earlier this morning, where we saw 150.5s. From the likes of David Drew and Danny Soufier as well. So in race trim, being only 8/10 off a low fuel, and that's pretty impressive stuff from everybody out there at the moment. 16.5 minutes remaining I am scratching my head of like, okay, what? Clearly an operational error has occurred for high-class racing, but what's going to be the cause? Is it maybe communications? Has something in the car happened with Philip that they can't communicate to him to say, you need to come in, because he's still circulating out there and yet to visit the pits.
Yeah, it's a compelling one, isn't it? And well, a compelling situation here is Danny Sufi will unlap Philip Lindberg here. He'll be saying down the radio, Dan, that's his engineer, Dan, am I fighting this car? Did Philip get ahead of me in the pits somehow? And the answer will be no, but I'm sure he won't give an explanation greater than that. Goodness me! That was very close indeed. I think Philip Lindberg not quite taking the speed that Danny Sufi expected through that corner, and Danny did a very good job to miss the rear of that Ligier.
My goodness me, that's how quickly things can go in prototype racing sometimes, and that's probably one of the scariest moments that Danny Sufi's had so far this season.
Yes.
Philip Lindberg, I think, will be perhaps a bit confuddled by that one as to what the situation is. He was, I'll argue that he was just driving his normal line. 15 minutes of this one to go. Still 151s from the others, Drew, Jakobsen and her, so everything's kind of just paused in their battles for 3rd, 4th and 5th places, but still this curious situation of what is going to happen between now and the end of the race for the number 20.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is, it's, yeah, very confusing, frankly, for Philip Lindberg. Again, I hope they don't think I'm race control. Yes, I did think they pitted for a minute, but I guarantee you that's not definitive. We'll see. Nonetheless, we continue to look back as well at this battle for 4th and 5th. Jakobsen and her in 4th and 5th position. The battle continues between them, and Pierre Jakobsen continues to lap in the 151s. Just a 10th slower that time than her, so her is closing in slightly, and in fact Lawrence just set a personal best first sector. Now where's Philip Lindberg? He's in the pit lane, but he's in the pit lane much too late.
I just wonder if the arrival of Danny Sufi on the scene suddenly triggered in Philip's mind. I wonder if it's a communications issue, that the team simply haven't been able to get the word to him, say you need to come in. That Philip's seeing, you know, Danny come up behind him and go, well, hang on a minute, I've had good pace.
Yeah.
Not been a pace that would mean I'm being lapped. What's happened here? As well, now Philip Lindberg comes in. There's a little discussion going on now with the team as to what's happening. This is a real shame for Philip Lindberg, because in the driving sense he hasn't put a foot wrong.
No, exactly right, but it might well end up knocking him maybe off the podium, depending on the severity of the penalty, because of course Bia Jakobsen and Lawrence Herr have inherited cars that have had some issues, let's say, and they will be a little bit further back. For now, though, Lindberg is being worked on. You can see them fiddling with the helmet there, so it does rather lend some credence to your theory.
I'm purely speculating here, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if his radio that will be plumbed in into the side of the helmet hasn't been doing its primary operation, shall we say, and it's very easy to do when you're in the cut and throes of a race and you're having a good race as well, and you're zoned into hitting every single apex, that you can lose track of time, and unless there's someone in your ear say you need to come in, that's such a shame for Philip Lindberg, because it's pays the chances of being on that podium. We'll see where he comes out in terms of the rest of the order. Of course, he's got to serve his minimum mandatory time. Back with our battle for 4th place on the road. Matthias Bjerre Jakobsen still ahead of Lawrence Herr, and this has been, again, a tremendous drive from both Jakobsen and consistently in the mid 1 minute 51s right now, and a really, I think, quite a frustrating race for DKR Engineering in a way.
Very much so, yeah, because they know how to set up a car, they know how to set up a winning car. we are yet to see that in the Prototype Winter Series. They didn't win a race last year either, sadly. But every time this year they've looked really strong. They've had something go a bit amiss. Of course, it started on the wrong foot in this race with the spin for John Brownson at the first corner of the race. Lindberg back out onto the circuit then. But he will do so in a distant second place. In fact, he might even be behind David Drew once all is said and done as well. Yes, he is. So David Drew now inherits second place. Stop and go, number 20, and it says number 20 and then seconds, but I don't know if the number 20 refers to car number and the number of seconds. I'm not sure. But there will be a stop and go penalty for stopping outside the window for the number 20 high-class racing car, Philip Lindberg, and that might put paid to his podium as well.
Yeah, I think it will. He will get the message for this one because it's brightly illuminated over the start-finish gantry for everyone to see. Here is your race leader, and the lead is coming down a little bit. It's down to 19.3 seconds because David Drew's pace right now, and this is going to be an interesting aspect for the rest of the weekend. Not the first time today we've seen some stellar running from David Drew. 1 minute 51.1 last time around. So we rejoin the Jakobsen her train there in 4th and 5th places. 10 minutes to go, Adam. There's been a good amount of intrigue in this one. Only 5 cars out on circuit, but every single one of them's had a story to tell.
Always does seem to be the way in the Prototype Winter Series. The dynamic with the pit stop handicap, with the driver lineups, always does seem to create something interesting. And this, of course, may well be a battle for third before too long, with Philip Lindberg drive-through stop-and-go penalty. Again, it says stop-and-go number 20, and then doesn't really specify how many seconds the stop-and-go will be at the moment on the timing screen. But if it does prove to be a long stop and hold, it might well be that this becomes a battle for third. Nonetheless, depending on quite what the gap is between Lindberg, Jakobsen and her, we might yet see Lindberg have to fight off Mattias Bjerre-Jakobsen before the end of the race. We'll have to see how it all pans out here. But all the same, it is currently Danny Sufi, 19 seconds to the good at the front of the order. His last lap, a 151.266. The last lap for David Drew, a 151.284. So Sufi reclaiming his fastest lap for the time being. Even Mattias Bjerre-Jakobsen setting purple sectors out there as well. The track is coming to them as the race continues. The Michelin rubber on these cars yielding good grip. And of course, as we get into the evening as well, it's actually getting a little bit warmer, just fractionally warmer in the ambient temperatures as the day goes on here. And it's now clarified that it's a 20-second stop-go penalty for the number 20 car, Philip Lindberg. So it was indeed the same number of seconds as the number of the car, which is a bit novel, but it is a major slap on the wrist to Lindberg. He should come out somewhere in the region of 15 to 20 seconds clear, maybe a bit less than that, but he should come out clear of Jakobsen. The question is, will he be clear enough once all is said and done?
We'll find that out in the next 8 minutes or so. Another new fastest lap has just gone in from David Drew, 150.703, continuing to suggest that the track is getting quicker and quicker as the rubber continues to go down. Lawrence Herr just not able at the moment to break through this invisible wall, it would seem, that's about 1.5 seconds off the back of Mattias Bjerre-Jakobsen's number 12 from Racing Experience. The gap continues to hold at that pretty much since that moment that Herr had coming out of turn 15. There into the penalty box is the number 20 for High Class Racing and Philip Lindberg, and this will be a really frustrating moment for Philip Lindberg. That it hasn't been a problem in terms of the driving for Lindberg, an operational problem. We suspect here in the box that it may have been the radio. We could see that there was some work being done on Lindberg's helmet when he came in for his mandatory pit stop. Lindberg back underway. Now the big question is he going to be able to hold on to that 3rd place ahead of Racing Experience and DCAR Engineering?
They've already gone by, actually. So I thought it was it was at one time about a minute between them. So I think the pace dropping off a little bit as well for Lindberg by the looks of it, and now confirmed he is behind Jakobsen and her. So Philip Lindberg has dropped down, unfortunately, to the very rear of the field. He should have, at the very least, been on for a podium in this race, and if it was indeed a communication issue, it has proven to be a costly one, but it happens at all levels of motorsports. Of course, the very highest levels don't necessarily have mandatory pit stop windows, but whenever there is a mandatory window at play, it becomes quite easy for something so rudimentary as this to cause a huge issue. Mattis Jakobsen through turn 12 there, in the number 12, right on the door handles, if that were possible in one of these LMP3 cars. He is still ahead of her. The gap is definitely coming down, but Mattis Jakobsen really seesawing at the wheel to try and get the laps in, of course, as these tyres start to maybe just grain a little bit underneath them for good measure.
Well, I say they're not just the pride for themselves as individuals, but for their teammates as well, who we saw having a good, interesting squabble earlier on in this race. That because of the misfortune for high-class racing, there is a very much big opportunity of a podium here today. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Just a quick update on the gap at the very front of the field. It is continuing to come down, but not at a rate that would worry Danny Sufi at all. It's down to 18.9 seconds, so it's half a tenth here and there to the advantage of David Drew, but with 5 minutes remaining in this race, I think Danny Sufi knows now this is just about bringing it home. He had that close moment with Philip Lindberg, about 6 or 7 laps ago, but that's been the only real big test for the championship leader here today.
Yes, it has, and of course for Mattis Jakobsen, I'm sure he'll be acutely aware that he and Wolfgang Peyer have not stood on a podium this year in the Prototype Winter Series. So this battle for 3rd and 4th place for Jakobsen and Wolfgang Peyer, it really is. It's about a lot of things here. Bringing the team up onto the podium, to your point, is so valuable and so regarded by the drivers, and certainly Mattis Jakobsen is going to be receiving a lot of support from the number 12 crew down there at the Racing Experience Garage.
Indeed, 4 minutes of this one to go. 1 minute 52.1 last time around for Danny Sufi. So yeah, he's properly in bring it home mode now. David Drew continues to press on though. It's just gone purple through the first sector in CLX Motorsport number 87. Where can Lawrence Herr potentially make an impression here? Because Jakobsen's looking in fine control. He's not looking too ragged at this stage. We've seen that maybe the number 3 car has been a bit difficult to drive. We saw a couple of spins for John Brownson earlier on in this race. Across the line once again. I just wonder if I can hear the rumble of an engine on idle. I wonder, has the High Class Racing number 20, I've not seen it come through for a while. It has now fallen a lap behind, it would seem.
It's just a GT Win Series car warming up, I believe.
Okay, there you go.
For the next race. The High Class Racing car just coming across the line with 156 though. Yeah, it's not fast.
Yeah.
But perhaps High Class Racing will have a little bit of work to do between races based on that lap time. But equally, Philip Lindberg, knowing he's well out of the podium contention now, might just be in Danny Sufi's limp home mode or bring it home mode, albeit with different stakes.
Yeah, indeed. I'd love to fight another day on that one. Her is very wide there, coming over the first of the hills. Jakobsen's still pushing, isn't he? He's still pushing on, knowing that first podium of the season is up for grabs here. And I suppose if he's in the rhythm, we've seen many a time a driver think, oh, we're fine, we're safe, back off a bit. And that's when you then make the mistake. Matthias Jakobsen in full rhythm here, but Lawrence Herr continuing to keep him honest, and Lawrence Herr has just gone personal best through sectors 1 and 2. So he's not given this one up with less than 2 minutes to go on the clock. Very intriguing situation here between these two lineups, with a bronze driver and then a silver driver in the case of Jakobsen, and a gold driver in the case of Lawrence Herr, trying to maximise the points opportunity on offer here.
You know, it's said that, and I'm going somewhere with this, it doesn't sound like
Go
it.
on.
It's said that the 80s new wave music started out very kind of jaggedy on the edges, quite punkish as they improved the technology, the synthesizers they used, and then later in the 80s it got all quite slick and polished. And I think we're seeing the same thing here in the difference between Matthias Jakobsen, very early stage Pro LMP3 driver, versus Lawrence Herr, extremely dedicated, decorated, indeed slick, refined LMP3 driver at the moment. I think Jakobsen is more maybe someone like Nena, 99 Luftballons, and it's a bit more Duran down in Lawrence Herr's end of the spectrum.
Indeed, I don't think we'd have discussions about Duran today, but it is a prototype race at the end of the day. I'd mentioned that Philip Lindberg, I thought was taking it easy again. Completely wrong. 1 minute 53. He's just put in his personal best of the day so far. Not long to go then in this first race of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series. Another one for them tomorrow. I do hope you can join us for a very full day of racing action here at MotorLand Aragón. And it's not done for today as well. As I say, we can hear the GT Winter Series warming up in the pits below. They're still to come. But time will expire on this lap for the leaders because they've just come into sector number 3. It's going to be a little bit further down the shots between these two on your screens fighting for third. David Drew, as much as he may try to close in to Danny Soufi, it looks like Danny Soufi is going to be stepping another milestone closer to retaining his championship title.
Yes, a 7-point gain over David Drew and Quentin Joseph is putting him on the right track, and if he does the same again tomorrow, he will secure the title. It will be exactly 50 points between them if he wins today and wins tomorrow, and that means he, of course, could be equalised, but because he's won 4 races, it doesn't matter. He's already got the cushion, as it were, because obviously on a tie-break situation, your first port of call is, well, who has the more victories, and well, it's a pretty straightforward answer this season in the Prototype Winter Series. Granted, we're on the final lap now, and it's not over till he gets out of turn 18, but it does look as though Danny Soufi's 100% winning record is well on its way to continuing.
Yeah, and well deserved. Dealt with that moment with Philip Lindberg, where there's a bit of confusion between the two of them, but has kept it clean, has kept the pace up. And it's been the first half of the race as well. We talked about it beforehand. Was he going to be able to build that gap? Because the pace of Drew, Jakobsen, Herr, since we've seen that pit stop window, they've all been in the mid 150s and the low 51s. It's been a superb job by Danny Soufi, and he's a mere few corners to go.
Given how good Danny Soufi is at building cushions, I really wish he had been responsible for the pillows in the Airbnb because they are woeful. Anything but woeful, though, for Danny Soufi at the wheel of this Ligier JSP 320. He has been exemplary all season long. He's a huge part of the kind of process of getting this car out on circuit as well. He was actually doing his own data engineering for the first part of the season while Dan Orts was away. He's now got his engineer back, as it were, but he is still actively involved, gets his hands dirty in the Conrad Motorsport garage, and he keeps it clean on the circuit where it counts. Danny Soufi comes out now of turn 18, and it will be a race victory for Soufi in the Prototype Winter Series. He secures his 5th consecutive win, and on the very last lap, secures the fastest lap, a 150.697. I don't think David Drew is doing anything to match that, unfortunately. So David Drew will take second position, and he will lose his fastest lap in the very last occasion. Danny Soufi doing qualifying laps to conclude a very good day at the wheel of his Ligier JSP 320. Next up, a long way back, mind you, will be Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen and Lawrence Her. They'll be, I think, somewhere around turn 10, turn 12 at the moment, and those cars are still quite close together out there on the circuit, albeit I think Bjerre-Jacobsen has the measure of him. Yes, here is the battle for third now, and despite Lawrence Her's best efforts, it does look as though Jacobsen is going to secure the first podium of the season in the Prototype Winter Series for Racing Experience. Bjerre-Jacobsen slams on the brakes one last time, out now through turn 17 and turn 18, and Racing Experience will secure that first Prototype Winter Series podium of the year. Liam Auer, the Hausers, will all be delighted with that result, as will Wolfgang Peyer and Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. They've done the hard work in the cockpit to secure themselves trophies for the first time this season. Lawrence Her and John Brownson will take fourth place, and shortly thereafter we will see Philip Lindberg across the line. His pace actually picked up towards the end as well. He started to set quicker times post pit stop penalty. He will now cross the line in fifth position. And we'll be hoping to capitalise slightly more so on a good starting position for race number 2. In fact, he will be a little bit further down on the starting grid for race number 2, but all the same, he'll be looking to try and be on the podium, which he should have been, really, for this race. But unfortunately, the circumstances going against him, seemingly an issue with the intercom between him and the team, and that meant he stayed out long past the pit window. No such issues, though, for Soufi and Conrad Motorsport. It's a well-oiled operation down there. And it's a high level of competition, or a high level of competitors that we have here in the Prototype Wind Series. All of these teams are very, very professional. But this year, it has been quite clear that Soufi and Conrad have been a step ahead of the curve at many junctures this year. Soufi is yet to be defeated at the wheel of that number 1 car, and he is now right on the verge of shoring up his second consecutive Prototype Winter Series title. Let's see if it happens tomorrow or whether he has to wait for Barcelona. All the same, he's the heavy favourite, of course. That 36-point championship lead, will now have extended out to 43-point championship lead with 75 left to score. So it's not sealed yet, but it is on its way to being signed and then delivered thereafter. Wolfgang Peyer pulls up, or rather Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen pulls up in the number 12 car. The first time we've seen that car under the podium this season, and he will be happy with that. Matthias holding off Lawrence Her for the entirety of that final stint as well, and that is a good sign that Matthias has really found his groove in LMP3 machinery. I know he'll be doing some radical racing in his native Denmark and the wider Nordic region in 2025. Not sure if he's got an LMP3 program sewn up just yet, but I'm sure teams will be looking at his pace and going, well, he's quite handy, isn't he? There's certainly potential for him to do well on the international sports car stage in years to come. The 18-year-old Dane, and as always, a healthy variety of nationalities and, of course, teams at the sharp end of this order. The American Danny Soufi ahead of the Frenchman David Drew and Denmark's Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. It is the American Danny Soufi with Izzy Browning at the moment. Quite a familiar winning interview for you, Izzy.
Yeah, familiar's one way to put it. Same guy alongside me that's been alongside me all season long. Danny won every single race so far this season. That streak continues. And just as we discussed on the grid, cruising out front 24 seconds before the pit stop, just as you wanted it to be.
Yeah, it's a good way to start the first race of the weekend. I know tomorrow's going to be a lot more difficult, but no, it was a good race. It was fun. Managed to sneak fastest lap at the end, so I'm happy with that. But massive collective hard work from the boys, and they gave me a great car. Huge thank you to Mike. And yeah, no, so far it's been good. Really enjoying this championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to mention just briefly, obviously after the pit stops, a little moment trying to get past Philip, a bit of a scary moment. But other than that, very comfortable, very clean from you.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary. Kind of a weird spot to hit the brakes or something, but it's okay. I'll clear it with him later. It's no stress, no harm, no foul. But yeah.
And you know what I'm going to say, obviously edging closer to that second championship in the Prototype Winter Series. Of course, I said to you on the grid that you needed to win both races. Well, you've done half the job, so going into tomorrow, as you've already said, expecting it to be a little bit more difficult, but potential to do the same again.
Yeah, we're going to try. It's going to be more difficult. We'll review everything, see what could have been better, and make sure I'm fit. I'm going to go visit the in-house physio, Marcus Schreiber, check myself, check my back, and then make sure we're good to go for tomorrow.
All right, good stuff. We'll let you get up to the podium. Once again, Danny Soufi on the top step of the podium in the Prototype Winter Series.
It's almost like you guys have spoken before down there under the podium. Great chemistry on air. Danny Soufi then winning the race for Conrad Motorsport. As he alluded to, it might be a bit harder for him on Sunday. David Drew, 16 seconds, almost 17 seconds back at the end of the race, while Mattias Beer Jakobsen finished in third position for Racing Experience, less than a second clear of Lawrence Herr, who was pursuing but not getting past at the tail end of that race. Meanwhile, Philip Lindberg in fifth position for High Class Racing, the number 20 car, rounding out the 5-car order for that race. Of course, Danny was alluding there to Marcus Schreiber, the in-house position. That's not just for Conrad, that's for everybody. One of the initiatives that GEDLICH Racing takes here in the paddock is that they have an in-house physiotherapist in the form of Marcus Schreiber, and well, he's fixed me up before as well as the drivers, and I can say he's pretty good at what he does. And yeah, Danny's struggling a little bit at the moment, but he's persevering through it and racing very well all the same. And he has the 5 from 5 record at the moment in the Prototype Winter Series, and that is really exciting to see. His growth really as a driver. I commentated his first ever European appearance in prototype machinery back in 2022, and the growth, the progression, the awareness of how to get the most out of a prototype has grown and grown and grown, and he is developing into quite the talent, an unbeatable talent so far this year in the Prototype Winter Series. But of course, we always get that treat at the start of the Sunday races when all the silver and gold drivers are on the track at the same time. Trust me, the first half of the prototype race on Sunday is not going to be one to miss. They are already up on the podium in quick order. Thank you very much, prototype drivers, for being efficient. Andrew Mather is down there to greet them with some trophies.
Thank you very much, Adam. Efficiency indeed, and a really intriguing race there for the Prototype Winter Series, their first of 2 this weekend. Let's welcome our drivers onto the podium, and starting for the first time this season in third place for DKR Engineering. Please welcome Wolfgang Peyer and Mattias Jakobsen. In second place for High Class Racing in the number 87, please welcome Quentin Joseph and David Drew. And winning once again, continuing this magnificent streak in the 2025 Prototype Winter Series. Please welcome your race winner for Conrad Motorsports, Danny Sufi. And we'd like to welcome Jan, Save and Mark, all from the GEDLICH team, to present the trophies to our drivers and teams after their first race of this weekend. They'll go again tomorrow, and we very much hope that you can join us for that one. I'll have a quick moment for some photos as well. Do gather in, drivers, on the top step. Lovely stuff, and a few opportunities for photographers down in pit lane. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your top three in the first race this weekend for the Prototype Winter Series. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you all back out tomorrow. For now, though, Adam, one more race to go this afternoon, and it should be a cracker here at MotorLand Aragón. We'll have that race in a few moments' time.
I've been looking forward to this one all day long. It is the first race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. This weekend in isolation has always looked like it was going to be a thriller. We have a good number of GT3 cars here. Of course, SR Motorsport are here, as they have been all season long. We have Conrad Motorsport back again with Kari Schreiner and Danny Sufi, as we saw last time out at Valencia. Also joining us from Valencia, they debuted at Valencia, Liquimoli Team Engstler, they're back again. We've got Resoon More Than Racing, Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson's car back on the circuit as well. AKM Motorsport, who previously competed in the 6-hour Portimao, they are with us for the first time, with Aaron Farhadi and Charles Dawson sharing the controls. The GT Win Series debut of Orange Racing by JMH as well. Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton at the wheel of the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. Utah Racing as well, of course, Utah Racing, who have competed in GT Win Series previously. And then we've got a healthy contingent of Cup machinery from Porsche, from Ferrari, from Lamborghini and McLaren out there on the grid as well. And I think one of the stories of this race is going to come from those Cup cars. We do have on the third and fourth row of the grid Huracan Super Trofeo cars, which are very, very proficient in a straight line. And then a little bit further back on the grid, you've got the Ferrari 296 Challenge, which is even more proficient in a straight line. I was talking to Cristiano Maciel, who is of course part of the number 50 AF Corsa lineup with Rui Aguas. They will start this race from 9th position, and he quoted me 286 kilometers an hour, maybe even 287 before hitting the brakes going into turn 16, and that works out at around about 180 miles an hour. So they are really shifting at the end of the straight, whereas the GT3s aren't touching 170, I don't think, before the end of that straight, because of course they have huge downforce, and as they get to the end of that straight, it really does start to affect their straight line speed. So it's going to be a huge advantage in a straight line for those challenge cars. Of course, yes, they will lose out around the twisties, but I think we will see some disruption from the Cup cars among the GT3 stronghold at the sharp end of the order. So then the drivers will be getting ready in very short order for this race, the GT Winter Series race here at MotorLand Aragón. It will be Moritz Viskirchen starting from pole position for this race. So that is a big boon for him. He was ahead of everyone else in the first qualifying session, including the man alongside him, Jonas Karklis, who lines up second on the grid in that Liquimoli Team Engstler Lamborghini that we just see coming across the line now. Certainly, Andrew, I would call this the most theatrical grid in terms of the machinery and potentially in terms of the driver quality out there on circuit as well. Always very, very good fun having multiple different specs of GT car sharing the track.
Yeah, and I'd fully agree with you in terms of how the different categories are going to mix things up here. It's a dry race. But I remember, back to Estoril when we had that really wet start to the season. You saw cars going back and forward as the race went on. It's kind of similar to what we've been talking about all day of keep your nose clean. Yes, it's not going to be wet weather that affects things today, but again, that long run out of turn 15 down towards turn 16 is going to give us a real bit of spice out there, and some new cars as well on the grid for this weekend. So intriguing to see how they're going to get on for the first time here this season.
So the Artline team, yes, one of the new drivers or new driver team combos out there on the circuit. Another Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2, that is Shota Abkazava at the wheel of that car, the reigning LC Cup champion in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe. So he will be one to watch. He starts from 7th on the grid, just ahead of Jonas Gelzinis, who I would think, in fact, no, it shouldn't be Jonas at the wheel. I think that might be the timing screen having a moment. It will be Eimantas Navikauskas at the wheel of the GT Racing Audi. But all the same, that fourth row of the grid could make for an interesting battle all of its own, because you've got the Super Trofeo car in the hands of Shorter, and then GT Racing's Eimantas Navikauskas alongside him in the GT3 spec Audi. Both of the drivers in that GT Racing lineup have done a lot of racing with the team. Eimantas and Jonas Gelzinis have both won the Palanga 1006 kilometer race with the team in their native Lithuania. And a brilliant race unlike any other if you've never seen it.
Indeed. Drivers rolling out for their reconnaissance laps. And just getting a little bit of time to survey what the conditions are like. It's not really changed that much since they had their 2 qualifying sessions earlier on this morning before the lunch break. Maybe the wind has died down a little bit out there, but it's good, grippy conditions. We saw the track getting quicker and quicker and quicker across the course of the prototype Winter Series race around 20 minutes ago, and it really started to get quick. So there's going to be some good conditions for the drivers out there. You're watching live coverage of the Winter Series, the GT Winter Series first race of the weekend. Up next, Andrew Mather and Adam Weller in the commentary box for you this weekend. 18 cars, I think all of them have now headed out on circuit for their run round to the grid. In fact, a number of the cars have already made it to us in front of us here in the Commons box.
Yeah, the Lamborghini on the front row, up on its jacks, and that is Jonas Karklis, of course, making his way there. Charles Dawson, third on the grid in that AKM Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. He will be one to watch, and in fact, I was talking to another team in the paddock, another British team in the paddock. I won't narrow it down any further, but they were talking about just how quick Charles has progressed, and now, of course, is doing his first racing in a GT3 car. He was with us last year in the GT4 Winter Series and has come back into the GEDLICH Racing paddock to get some mileage in the GT3. And that is going to be very fun to watch, to see how he progresses. Of course, he's got Thomas Anderson alongside him. Anderson, who is a wee bit more experienced in big GT machinery, generally speaking, has done a lot of racing with Razoon over the years. And of course, he and Simon Birch will be ones to watch all weekend long, including in that 55-minute endurance race. Meanwhile, Izzy Browning is down there on the grid with her cameraman for this weekend, Joe Sassoon. Let's go down to them as the cars trundle down to the start line.
I am indeed on the grid once again for the final race of the day. Of course, the first race for the GT Winter Series this weekend. And it is very, very chilly down here on the grid, I have to say. So a big shout out to Joe behind the camera down here, but also all of our camera ops around the circuit who I'm sure will be wearing their jackets and their gloves and their hats this afternoon. We are just waiting for a couple of cars to roll in still. A bit slow to get to the grid, a couple of them, but we do have the P2 already here. They have closed the door, but I might see if I can try and get a word with Jonas Karklees. Of course, if you were with us in Valencia, I said to Luca and Jonas, will we be seeing you in Aragon? And Luca said to me, well, that's up to the boss. The boss, of course, being Jonas Karklees. And they are here this weekend, so that is fabulous to see. They have got the car up on the jacks. I don't know if I can grab a word. Can I grab a word with the driver, or is that not possible? We're having someone now coming and opening the door for me. Thank you very, very much, Jonas. Well, Luca said to me last weekend that it was up to you whether you'd be back in Aragon, and you are back in Aragon. Great to see you back in the GT Winter Series. How's Aragon been treating you so far, and what are you expecting for this first race?
I think it's, first of all, very nice track, first time here. So enjoying, the track, and yeah, good starting position. We will see what's gonna happen during the start. So I hope the best, and yeah, let's see.
And 2 wins last weekend, obviously, for both you and Luca. You took a P3 from my memory in your first sprint race. So starting from the front row, are you going to take a win today?
I will see. It's 30 minutes race, so we will see in the finish.
All right, best of luck. I'm going to move out the way as they're just letting the car down on the jacks. Don't want to get hit by the car as it goes down on the jacks. Alongside, of course, on P2 is Moritz Fiskirchen. Now, they have the chance to take the lead of the championship this weekend. I think they're about to... Door's still open, so I'm going to jump in with Moritz if I can. Moritz, great to see you, first of all, of course, pole position. Chance to take the lead of the championship this weekend from Cristiano, who is starting a lot further back, but of course those cup cars are speedy around a circuit like this. So what are you expecting for... Oh, you're just on the radio. Just wait 2 seconds while the radio finishes. What are you expecting for this race?
I just didn't hear you.
Yeah, no problem. Radio, so. What are you expecting for this first race?
Yeah, so qualifying went really good. So yeah, the pace looks good. We expect to fight for the win. So yeah.
And penultimate round of the championship, of course. I mean, potentially being a little bit more careful not to lose points to those around you. So if you're under pressure, is it a case of still pushing, or are we keeping in mind the championship and being a bit more careful?
Yeah, I think the best strategy is to keep it at the front and keep it out of trouble there. So we will do that.
All right, best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. Right, I'm going to continue back. I will let the team close the door because I don't want to slam the door on Moritz. Right, we will continue back, as I said, of course, onto the second row. We've got a new entry this weekend, the number 64, and Charles Dawson will be in that car, the AKM Motorsport Mercedes of Charles Dawson and Aaron Farr-Hardy, who will be starting their first race in the GT Winter Series now.
Currently flashing above the drivers is the 15 seconds till formation lap sign illuminated over the gantry at MotorLand Aragón. They now roll for their formation lap, and it will be Moritz Fiskirchen from pole position for this one in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, the car that is currently in second place in the GT Winter Series overall title fight. Jonas Karklis is next, the Lithuanian racer for Engstler Motorsport. In third position it is Charles Dawson. Dawson in third position. The number 64 car, AKM Motorsport. Great to welcome them onto the GT Win Series grid. Alongside them, Thomas Anderson for Razoon Malvern Racing. Simon Orange starts from fifth position in his McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. He will face some challenge, I suspect, early doors from Jerzy Spinkovic in the fast starting, typically, Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Another car of that specification, Shota Abkazava, is next, seventh on the grid alongside Eimantas Navikauskas, the Lithuanian driver for the Lithuanian team. That, of course, being new to racing. Cristiano Mathiel in ninth place for AF Corsa, starting alongside Kari Schreiner, who will be very keen to make up some places. They've been struggling a little bit with that Lamborghini down at Conrad Motorsport this weekend. Alessio Raffini starts from 11th position in the overall standings. The 333 car in P11. In P12, it is Andreas Sorensen, Andreas Berg Sorensen to some. He lines up in 12th position. Kalle Bergman, 13th for the Villeco Motorsport SPV team. The Swede is alongside Polish racer Hubert Darmetko for PTT. And then it is a newcomer to wheel-to-wheel racing, Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury, who confirmed to me in the paddock that he has not raced previously in wheel-to-wheel situations. It's his first time this weekend and he's very excited, lining up from 15th on the grid. Przemysław Bienkowski alongside him, and then at the back it's Ryan James in the McLaren Artura Trophy car, the Cup 3 machine. He is alongside Alexander Jatovic in the number 32 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car. 18 cars then about to take the start for this race. They will do so, of course, in 2x2 formation. Moritz Viskirchen will try to lead the field into the first corner, but Jonas Karklis is made of stern stuff. He did much of his early major racing in TCR cars. Let's see how he can do for this one. He'll be on the outside. We've seen moves around the outside work already at turn one. Of course, Charles Dawson and Thomas Anderson will be looking to pick up some pieces as well. The cars roll. The safety car exits stage left, and the race will begin. It's 30 minutes of action for the GT Winter Series, and it is underway as we race into dusk, and it will be Moritz Viskirchen that leads the way into the first corner. Does everybody pick their way through turn one cleanly? No is the answer. Collision there between Kari Schreiner and Eimantas Navikauskas as well. That was, I think, also one of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars involved in that as well. Eimantas Navikauskas, hopefully that car is okay, but it looked to me like it might have a little bit of damage, and equally Kari Schreiner's car too. Both of them have fallen through the order meanwhile, and the two Porsche Cup cars have moved up the order. The number 44 and the number 7, Darmetko, pursuing the number 44 of Kalle Bergman. Unfortunately, big tyre rub on that Uta Racing Audi.
Yeah, and it's, I think, a simple case of too many drivers going for the same piece of real estate into turn one. Not the first time that we've seen that across all the different categories here today. First lap has been key for every single race that we've seen so far. And yeah, we'll suspect that we'll see the Audi R8 LMS. Oh, that's now got even bigger problems, and a near moment there for one of the Ferrari challenge cars coming through. I think that was Andreas Sorensen having to take avoiding action because the tyre has completely fallen apart. And now this is an important part of the race, because if you drive too quickly back to the pits with some damage, then that could cause even further problems.
Yeah, well, weirdly, all four tyres were still up as he drove away. So, I don't know.
It's a piece of rubbing bodywork, perhaps.
Possibly that, like, yeah, exploded out and damaged some other bodywork on the way. I was indeed fully expecting to see a Pirelli carcass flapping, and it didn't happen. Jerzy Spinkovic, oh, goodness me, the two Porsches double daring each other to brake late there. That was Kalle Bergman and Hubert Darmetko both having a little bit of an outbreaking attempt, but both of them outbreaking each other ultimately. Let's just quickly run through the order before we go any further here. Moritz Verskirchen leading the way ahead of Jonas Karklees. Then it's Charles Dawson, who we see there third. Then it is Shota Abkazava, who had a great first lap, 4th overall now in his Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car. He's ahead of Thomas Anderson and Simon Orange in their GT3 spec Porsche and McLaren respectively. Then it's Jerzy Spinkovic 7th. Then it's Cristiano Maciel in 8th overall. Darmetko in 10th place, just behind Kalle Bergman. Those are the two that nearly straight line turned 16 a moment ago. Thomas Anderson wants his 4th place back.
He does indeed. In the Razoon More Than Racing number 14 has looked pretty quick so far this weekend, and in the test days leading up to this meeting at MotorLand Aragón. Full speed at the front of the field, starting to spread out a little bit. There is the Lamborghini of Abkazava coming through in 4th place, and yeah, Thomas Anderson looking very, very racy around that beautifully prepared blue and black with the orange trim machine. Very sparkling. When I had a closer look at it in Parc Ferme after qualifying earlier on this morning. Keep an eye on Simon Orange as well. The Orange Racing 67 McLaren 720S. That's another car that's looked pretty handy so far in the non-competitive sessions ahead of today. Was started on the 3rd row of the grid, so probably didn't maximise everything that they had in qualifying, but they've got a good race car underneath them and a good 26 minutes to find their way up towards the front.
Yes, indeed. And Simon Orange, of course, a numerous-time GT Cup UK champion who has been moving into the world of British GT over the last couple of seasons. Has done some Asian Le Mans series as well, all of which have been with Orange Racing by JMH Automotive, the engine room that makes that team tick. For now, though, what's really making Simon Orange tick is perhaps what's going on behind him. Jerzy Spinkovic closing in. Jerzy, a former Clio Cup Europe race winner, former Clio Cup Middle East champion to boot. A very, very strong driver indeed. We've seen him, of course, challenging for overall podiums already this year in the GT Win Series. He missed out on Valencia, but he was with us for the Portuguese leg of the season previously. For now, though, I think the story is Shota Abkazava being more than a little bit of a cork in the bottle here. Anderson, Orange, Spinkovic, all of them probably getting a little bit frustrated, but the real opportunity here is going to be for Spinkovic, because as he exits turn 15, he is going to have, of course, more power underfoot than the GT3 cars ahead of him as a Super Trofeo driver.
A couple of changes further down the order. Kari Schreiner in the number 11 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. This is the GT3 one, has got past another one of the Lamborghinis at one of the Super Trofeo Cup cars. That's for 11th place. Alessio Graffini for Autosport Racing down to 12th. I wonder on that restart, it'll be interesting if we can get a look at that on that start. You mentioned that there was a Lamborghini involved at the very start when we saw the problems for Ruta in the Audi. I did notice that Schreiner had lost a couple of positions, as here's a bit of an attack from Spinkovic in another one of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Cup cars. That's a unique racing one, just holding off and going through past Simon Orange. So Simon Orange loses 2 places there. Through as well stepped Cristiano Maciel in all of that exchange, as here comes Spinkovic again down the inside and looking good here for Move. Good racing. Anderson cuts back underneath in the Porsche 992 GT3. This is tremendous stuff, but also very good news for Abkazava, because he's starting to break away again.
Yes, so the bit where the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car typically struggles is the corners, and Jerzy Spinkovic was elbowing everyone around to make sure to a little bit less hindered, I suppose. But yes, as I alluded to just before turn 12, that was always going to be a great opportunity for Jerzy Spinkovic in the straight line. But now, of course, here comes the GT3 downforce for Simon Orange. Unfortunately, getting past in the twisties is significantly harder than getting past in the straight line, because you've got a missile underneath you. And with north of 100 horsepower more, I think, than the GT3 cars in balance performance spec. Certainly, Spinkovic has a missile underneath him. Thomas Anderson has closed in massively on this lap on shorter Abkhazava, but what we're about to see is exactly what we were just talking about. Watch the blue Lamborghini and then the orange Lamborghini versus the red and white Porsche coming into turn 15.
Yeah, and that's down the inside. That's a bit of an unconventional one.
Nope.
Well, it's run wide now and into the gravel. That's not gone right at all for Thomas Anderson. I think the mid-corner pace of the Super Trofeo Cup car caught him out there. This is where the Lamborghinis are strong. This is going to be an opportunity for Spinkovic to get down the inside and get 2 positions for the price of 1. That's going to be tight on the apex of turn 16, but Spinkovic does a great job but runs too wide. And back round because comes Abkhazava. Brilliant racing here. We've still got another 22 minutes of this.
Yeah, the Cup 4 battle getting heated, and Simon Orange, whether he wants to be involved or not, he's there with them. Cristiano Maciel is also now involved with Thomas Anderson, who goes defensive into the first corner. So Maciel in the leading Cup 1 Ferrari, the 296 Challenge car, watching on in the wings as Thomas Anderson is just ahead. There is Orange again, now through the section of the circuit that will suit the GT3 spec McLaren with higher downforce. And yeah, again, he's catching up with both Lamborghinis, and to his eternal frustration, unless he performs a Jerzy Spinkovic-esque dive bomb on Jerzy himself, he's going to struggle to find a way by, because of course a Lamborghini with less downforce is still quite a wide Lamborghini.
Indeed, a bit of news further down the order. Andreas Sorensen is back to where he started. That was 12th place for the AF Corsa prepared Ferrari 296 Challenge. That's the second runner in Cup 1. That's the runners with the red number boards on your graphics on the left-hand side. A bit of a recovery drive, perhaps, for Navikauskas. In GT Racing has gained to 17th. But let's have a look at the replay. This is where it all went wrong for GT Racing, of course, right off the start. And clean enough at the front, Adam, but in that mid-pack, I think it was 3 or 4 wide, and all of them diving into turn 1 was never going to end well.
No, it was a big old squeeze. It was the Alessio Raffini car that was the other Lamborghini, slightly involved with the Jutta and Conrad contact. Andreas Sorensen lost time in all of that as well. Let's go back, though, to live pictures. I was thinking that perhaps Jerzy Spinkovic might make a move here, and he does make a move again at turn 16. The man has no fear of a late braking move, but for the second lap in a row, Shota Abkhazava is the one playing chess in the situation. He gets through, and once again, Simon Orange, who's going to be watching this through increasingly wide eyes, tries to get past Jerzy Spinkovic and fails, and he's got to worry now about Thomas Anderson behind. And of course, those two, Orange and Anderson, in the 2 GT3 spec cars in the GT3 class as well, are fighting for third in that category.
Now, fair play to Abkhazava there, because lesser drivers would have kept turning in and there would have been contact there. Abkhazava saw Spinkovic going down the inside and went, yep, you've got control, I'll let you have the apex, and then get you on the cutback. Spinkovic nearly loses it all over the curb there. Simon Orange's eyes are going to be wide open here for an opportunity to get back into 5th place. I still quite like the look of that Porsche 992. Thomas Anderson in the number 14 looks to have the most race pace of these 4. The trouble is he had that moment coming out of turn 15 that put him in the gravel, lost him 3 or 4 seconds, but he's quite easily been able to work his way back into this group.
Yes, he has. The intra-Lamborghini scrapping has certainly done him no harm in terms of reeling back into this 4-car battle for 4th overall. And of course, it is also the battle for the Cup 4 lead among the 2 Lamborghinis and the 3rd step of the GT3 class podium among the 2 cars behind. Now, let's see what happens this time on the run down to turn 16. Abkhazava and Spinkovic, of course, have identical cars, and therefore there shouldn't be any advantage between the 2, but twice now we've seen Spinkovic make a big dive. Let's see if 3rd time's the charm.
I think it could be 3rd time he's going to have a go. No, to the inside steps Abkhazava. Is there going to be an opportunity off the corner for Spinkovic as Anderson down the inside of Orange? That's well, really one option for Simon Orange from Thomas Anderson. I'm coming through, I'm taking 6th place, was the message from the Porsche on that occasion. 18 minutes to go of this one. Now down the inside. This is a more conventional opportunity for Spinkovic down the inside of Abkazava. Brave defence from Shota Abkazava, but I think that one was always coming. Spinkovic just had to pick his moment.
Absolutely right. Just ahead of these, we have a great battle going on for 2nd overall as well. Thomas Anderson, of course, is now trying to move back into the overall top 5 at the expense of Shota Abkazava. But Jonas Karklis is under significant pressure, as we see here, from GT3 debutant Charles Dawson, running 2nd in the GT3 class at the moment. The car ahead of him is registered into GT3 Pro because one half of the lineup, Luca Engstler, is a gold-rated driver. So they're not in the same class, but they are fighting 2nd overall. They are cars, of course, both running to the same SRO GT3 BOP, and therefore things might get interesting between them. We have a yellow flag down at the first corner that has now been lifted, so hopefully whatever was going on there was only momentary. I do fear it may have involved the Cup 1 lead in some capacity, a Cup 2 lead in some capacity, because Kalle Bergman and Hubert Darmetko were very close on circuit, and I'm just hoping that battle has stayed clean, even though they were heading down to turn 1 at that point. Here is on board then with Jonas Karklis at the moment, hitting 6th gear, somewhere in the 260 km/h region, I think about 264, 265 clicks, before hitting the braking zone, which again, I remind you, is some 20 km/h down on the Cup 1 Ferrari Challenge cars. Quite the statistic that. But for now, it's more than enough straight line speed to keep Charles Dawson at bay in this battle for 2nd overall. But Charles would absolutely love to get some wheel-to-wheel racing in his first ever start in a GT3 car.
And in a way, we're seeing a similar battle to what we saw in the GT4 Winter Series race earlier on. You've got a mid-engine car going up against a front engine car, and the Mercedes platform has been very strong so far here this weekend. There's been some further changes in that battle behind. It looks like Simon Orange has got back past Thomas Anderson, and here's an attempt for 2nd place. Dawson has a look down the inside of Karklis there, but not enough of an overlap to make that one tell. I think, again, it's only a matter of time before Charles Dawson and AKM Motorsport find a way through.
Okay, interesting. So we'll see how that plays out. Certainly Charles is looking that bit more feisty at this juncture of the race. Just to update you on the Cup 2 battle, it is Villeco Motorsports' Kalle Bergman that leads that battle. However, there is now a challenge car between them, a Cup 1 machine. We'll worry about that a little bit later on, because as you said, Andrew, I do think it's not long before Charles Dawson has a go somewhere. But of course, the issue of these GT3 cars for the drivers in pursuit is there is more dirty air to contend with as well than we saw in the GT4 race. What Charles Dawson will be looking for is a golden opportunity of some sort, just maybe 2 or 3 meters too late into a braking zone, something of that flavour to allow himself an opportunity to make a move.
Either way, this is an impressive first run from AKM Motorsports, who are continuing to grow their presence here in this paddock. And really intrigued to see them as a team. You know, they've got some cars in Formula, they've got some cars here in GT, and they've also got a very big hand in development of drivers through their karting program. As here comes again Charles Dawson down the inside, thinks better of it on this occasion. But yeah, really intrigued to see how they continue to develop. Oh, as that's Anderson off in the Porsche 992. This is where a lot of the action has been. This is was in the battle for 4th downwards, but something has occurred there, as is there. That's a strange line. I think he was just holding out the way of the Ferrari Challenge coming through there, but more problems it would seem for Thomas Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson in the pits. He was very, very, very late indeed on the brakes into turn 16. I saw it in the back of shot, and you can see that the car is crabbing, has suspension damage, so it clearly hit someone, and I think it was Shota Abkazava who dropped down to 7th place overall behind Cristiano Maciel and Simon Orange. So I think more than likely it was Abkazava being rather collected there by Thomas Anderson, who was late on the brakes.
Yeah, and from the body language of the mechanics in the team down there, I fear that may be the day run for Thomas Anderson and the Razoon number 14. That's a real shame. It was spectacular whilst it was running in this one, but we'll go no further. Back with our battle for second place, Jonas Karklis and Charles Dawson. And at the moment, Charles Dawson hasn't been able to find a way through, but again, we've seen battles across the course of the day. Bit of patience is always good here at MotorLand Aragón. Just got to wait for that opportunity. Still got 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, still got time, and of course, there's something to be said for keeping those Pirellis underneath you as well. Let's just keep an eye on how Jonas Karklis gets through turn 16. He actually gets a better exit than Dawson, so it's going to be a little while before Dawson can maybe close in and fight for a position. Meanwhile, we get a replay now of what happened at turn 16, and it was indeed Anderson very late indeed on the brakes, just missed his braking point. And as I said, it was Shota Abkazava who was unfortunately the party that got clipped. It seems as though Shota's car is relatively okay, thankfully, although actually I say that he's been off the pace this lap, so maybe Shota has damage as well, but nonetheless the brunt of the impact certainly affecting Thomas Anderson and taking him out of the race.
Yeah, a bit of bad luck there with where the contact occurred. That'll have been straight on the wheel hub, straight on the upright, and that will have caused the failure for Thomas Anderson, who is still in the pits, by the way. I don't think we'll be seeing that car coming out again. Continuing this battle for second place, Charles Dawson closer than he's been before in this race, but this is another part of the circuit where the Lamborghini Huracan, with its engine layout and just how this car gets its performance, how it gets its lap time, it's sector 2 where it's particularly strong. Bit of news from race control. We've got our first penalty for track limits, and it's the number 22 of Greystone GT. That's the single Cup 3 car with Ryan James currently behind the wheel of the McLaren Artura Trophy. Has unfortunately been outside the track limit 6 times. That'll be a 5-second penalty applied post-race.
Yes, so they have to be very careful not to extend any further. Of course, they're only Cup 3 car in the race, that McLaren Artura Trophy from Greystone GT. Ryan James at the wheel for the first 2 sprint races will be joined by Oliver Webb in the Enduro later on. Charles Dawson, of course, sharing his Mercedes-AMG GT3 this weekend with Aaron Farhadi, who we saw in the race at the Portimao 6 Hours in early February at the very start of last month. He'll be in race 2 of the weekend later on. Really interesting combination of drivers, that, and it will be Aaron in the headset, I'm sure, cheering on, perhaps not literally, verbally, but certainly in the garage cheering on cheering on Charles Dawson up against Jonas Karklis for this second position overall scrap. And the body language on the Mercedes is certainly telling that he is pushing the ragged edge of this car that he's only been driving since Thursday.
Yeah, very good performance indeed from both of these drivers. Bit of news on the other driver involved, the other car involved in that incident that took Thomas Anderson out of this race. I think you're right, Adam. I think there is some kind of problem for Shota Abkazava, because while still circulating, the pace of his Lamborghini Huracan is not what it was. It's down in the 158. It's just lost 7th place to Kari Schreiner.
Looks like we have a puncture potentially on the number 7 PTT racing car. Yes, we do. That car was fighting for the Cup 2 lead just outside, well, at one time, just outside the overall top 10 with Kalle Bergman. There was also a couple of other cars involved with that scrap, and unfortunately the PTT racing driver has had a puncture. Not quite sure how it happened. What are you spotting there, Andrew?
There's a load of detritus, and it looked like there's something like almost like a metal wire caught underneath on the side. Yeah, that's been pulled out now by the mechanic. I think that's going to be our culprit for what caused the puncture. And away will go the PTT racing number 7 in glorious sounds, as 992s do. Back out on circuit.
Absolutely right. Yeah, the PTT Racing number 7 into pit lane and, well, out of pit lane, I should say, and unfortunately out of contention for that Cup 2 result. Got a little bit sideways there. He had his fair share of dramas here last year as well in the GT Winter Series. Big collision with another Cup 2 car in last year's first race of the weekend as well, incidentally. So hopefully race 2 and 3 goes a little bit better for him in 2025 this time around. Right, Jonas Karklees, you're under pressure, my friend. Not that you need me to tell you. Charles Dawson is still right there on the rear of the number 8 car, the Engstler Motorsport machine. Two drivers who make great strides in the racing world. Of course, for many of these drivers, the racing is secondary to business interests and professional interests, and that is the case for both of these guys. But I think they're two very good examples of what an amateur racer can be with the right people around them. Charles Dawson gets some great coaching, as does Jonas Karklees from team and from their personal coaches. And it's really good to see them so evenly matched here. And I think it says a lot for Charles Dawson that he's keeping up with Jonas right now, again, given it's his first race in the GT3.
Yeah, absolutely. For both of them, it's been a very strong run so far. I've just been looking at the body language of the Huracan. It's very good in the traction zones, pushing out of those corners. I think that's the biggest problem right now for Charles Dawson. He's going to have a half look down into turn 16, but just watch how the number 8 pushes off the corner there, pulls a car length, 2 car lengths, and right now that is the best defence for Jonas Karklees right now. Doesn't need to think too much about defending when you get down into turn 16, and ticks off another lap.
Yes, he does. There will be an investigation after the race of Eimantas Navikauskas for being out of position, or start procedure infringement, which usually means he was out of position in the formation at the start of the race. So Eimantas Navikauskas, unfortunately, may lose a little bit of time towards in the postscript of this race, as it were. Simon Orange, meanwhile, has he just set the fastest lap of the race?
Yeah, a couple of laps ago.
On his graphic. Wow, that's okay. So Simon really pressing on. The fact that he has done that is very impressive. Of course, he's got some clean air for the first time in the race in the last 2 or 3 laps after all of that battling that was going on around him. And yes, Simon Orange hustling on. Yeah,
and I don't think they're going to have enough time to close into Karklees and Dawson, but Spinkovic and Orange are the fastest cars out on circuit at the moment. A 155.611 last time around for Spinkovic in the number 25 for Unique Racing. That's a personal best, and they say Simon Orange, fastest of anyone in this race, the only driver to drop below the 155s. He's not quite been able to hold there in the 154s, but he's consistently in the low to mid 155. So that's a story that's not quite completed yet in this one. News on the recovery drive of Navikauskas. Yes, that investigation hanging over due to Racing's number 24, but at least out on track. They're back up to 12th place. They've just taken that position away from one of the Cup 2 cars, the A-Works Motorsport number 88, piloted by Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury.
Still an incident that I've never seen before. A bodywork effectively exploding from tyre rub.
Yeah.
And, as you said, I thought puncture too. It was a very odd one.
My guess is that probably in that conglomeration into turn 1, a bit of bodywork from behind got pushed in, and then it's that we saw popping out and causing that spin. But credit to the tyre manufacturers that the tyre was able to hold up to that for a good half a lap. 4.5 minutes to go. Still Vizkersen in the lead of this one by 10 seconds, and we haven't talked much about the leader in this race, Adam. It's been a very good job by SR Motorsports.
It has been a very good job, and it's a critical job as well, because of course Moritz Vizkersen and Kenneth Heyer in that number 1 car are fighting for the championship. They're 20 points back on Maciel and Aguas in the championship points. And they will score a full haul of points in this race. They will get 20 points for their efforts in this race, whereas Maciel and Aguas, with only 2 cars in their class, even though they're winning the class, they will only score 12. So 8 points taken out of a 20-point championship lead in one race. And if they keep winning races, they are going to leave Aragon as championship leaders.
Yeah, they will indeed. They've been a bit of favour there with more GT3 cars in that class on the grid here this weekend, whereas for the Cup ones it's gone the other way. But I think the team won't be focusing too much on that. They'll just continuing to do the professional job that they've shown across the course of the weekend so far and lead this race by 10.4 seconds. They'll worry more about championship points in tomorrow's races and of course when we go to Barcelona. Still the status quo in this this discussion for second place between Karklis and Dawson. On board with the number 8 of Jonas Karklis, clean road ahead, able to hit those braking markers and those turning points. There is a little bit of traffic perhaps ahead. That might be the number 32 of Autosport Racing with Alexander Bijatovic. But another lap ticks on by. And again for AKM Motorsport, you know, first race of the season, or at least in the GT Winter Series, they're going to be wanting to get a finish more than anything. Get the car home clean, get the data off it, learn what they can overnight. So for Charles Dawson, doing a good job there to look to bring this one home. But he's still there. If there's an opportunity, if there's a mistake from Karklis, he's going to be right on the scene to take that second place.
Yes, I'm sure that's the AKM line. I think Charles Dawson wants P2. Let's see. Charles had some very feisty battles previously in the GT4 Winter Series and been very entertaining before, but he is a measured driver as well. He doesn't do anything he shouldn't. Right now, the opportunity simply hasn't beckoned. Jonas Karklis has been doing everything right at the helm of the Liqui Team Engster Lamborghini, and that gives very little opportunity for the car behind him. Now, we will be starting the final lap this time by Moritz Viskirchen. Will break the beam to begin the final lap, and this could be a critical moment because there's lap traffic for Jonas Karklis. It is the number 32 of Alexander Bijatovic at the wheel of his Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, and here comes Charles Dawson. He has sensed the opportunity. However, in the braking zone, that Lamborghini is once again going to be an obstacle. The slower Lamborghini flashing the headlights is Charles Dawson. He wants a clean opportunity on the outside at turn 16. Both of them braking late for the corner. Dawson trying to go all the way around the outside, and he almost finds the traction. He does find the traction, but then he finds a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car on the apex, and that allows Jonas Karklis to hold on to second position. But for a moment, a fleeting moment, Charles Dawson had P2 in the race, and with one lap left on the clock, he's going to be determined. But then he makes an error at turn 1. That is going to extinguish the battle, unfortunately, but Dawson was on it.
I was just going to say, where's the number 8 gone? I think there was a sudden checkup from Dawson in the number 64. It's just out of our view, but I think something's happened, unless my eyes are deceiving me. Well, let's say, no, maybe they are deceiving me. Yeah, the number 8's a little bit further up the road than previous versus the number 64, but that was a strange moment into turn 1.
Yeah, it was. I think the thing was that Charles lost 2 to 3 seconds there at turn 1. Yeah. I just don't know quite how that happened. It was a very strange moment. Just seemingly mid-corner, it gave out from underneath him. Maybe he's just pushed that right front a little bit too far.
Yeah, a bit of dirt on the tyres from the earlier exchange with the lapped traffic. Time is up though, and what a job has been done by SR Motorsports. Moritz Viskirchen on their way, 10 seconds in the lead of this race. No need to push too hard, and similar for Jonas Karklis, has come through the big test. There was always going to be a test towards the end of this race, and has kept his nerve here today.
For the number 1 team, our defending champions, this is a critical weekend in the GT Winter Series. Moritz Viskirchen wants to win this title because he wasn't part of the driver lineup last year. Kenneth Heyer wants to win the title because he did do it last year. He knows the feeling. Moritz Viskirchen now knows the feeling of crossing the line to win in a GT3 car at MotorLand Aragón. He did it last year, of course, in a GT4. He wins the race ahead of Jonas Karklis, who does hold on to second place, while Simon Orange and Alexander Bijatovic have had a collision down there at the final corner. They were a lap apart, but it has affected Simon Orange's race, unfortunately. Orange, unless he gets the car back underway, is going to lose out on 5th position and a GT3 class podium here. Here comes Maciel and Carrie Schreiner across the line, and with Schreiner crossing the line, that does indeed mean 3rd place in GT3 has escaped the grasp of Simon Orange on the very final lap while trying to deal with back markers, and that is hugely unfortunate for Simon and the Orange by JMH outfit. Cristiano Maciel across the line in 5th position. Incidentally, that is for the win in Cup 1. Caleb Bergman crossing the line now, winning in Cup 2, the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup class. Navikauskas just crossed the line in 11th place. You alluded, Andrew, to his recovery drive, and that was the completion of said recovery drive. Raffini across the line in 12th place. Arif Al-Kahuri in 13th place to finish 2nd in class on his debut in racing. That is very impressive indeed. And Przemysław Bienkowski rounds out the podium in that Cup 2 category.
Wow, what a race. There's a lot going on up and down the field from the very start to the very end, and everyone will, I think, have lots of thoughts overnight of what's going to go on before we can see race 2 tomorrow.
Yes, sir, but you have 5, maybe 6 podiums to do, so I'll let you run away for the time being. Go and get ready for that one. What a race here at Aragon. Moritz Viskirchen crossed the line first then in the number 1 car. Apropos then that the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum car held on to the P1 spot. Not so much held on. That was a very dominant race from Moritz Viskirchen. Ultimately, Jonas Karklis and Charles Dawson in 2nd and 3rd place had a good race among themselves. That maybe cost them some time against Viskirchen, but it can't be debated quite how good of a race that was from Moritz at the wheel of the number 1. Kenneth Heyer will be very happy with his progress there as well, and he will be down there, I'm sure, first to embrace his co-driver Moritz Viskirchen. Pull up in the P1 spot. Already back at P3 spot is Charles Dawson. He'll be very disappointed that he had 2nd for that briefest moment. He made a slight error at the end there, which I'm sure he'll be annoyed about, but Charles should take a great measure of positivity from that race, because he was so fast up against Jonas Karklis there. Jonas, who has done a season of GT3s already, and that is a very good sign for Charles as he adapts to GT3 from GT4. We saw Karklis there pulling up in 2nd place, but pulling up in P1 is Moritz Viskirchen. Charles Dawson congratulates him, and now the Schnitzelbaum team will do so as well. That's Kenneth Heyer, who of course will drive that car tomorrow morning in the 2nd of the sprint races. He'll have his work cut out for him, I think, to match that performance from his teammate, but he will work hard to do so. Meanwhile, Jonas Karklis sets himself out of the number 8 car, the Engstler Motorsport Lamborghini, which, as we heard from Luca Engstler at Valencia, is actually the Grasser Lamborghini that he raced last year in the DTM, the same chassis. So that is a real full-bore example of the breed with DTM history to its name, that particular chassis. And Luca and the Team Engstler guys getting some mileage in, of course, as Luca returns to racing after his big accident at the Macau Grand Prix last November. His first race back at Valencia with us last month was, of course, a winning return to the cockpit. He was very, very rapid indeed. He lost none of his pace after sustaining those injuries at Macau. But for Jonas Karklis, A really good effort for P2 as well. Great defensive driving for him. Not even defensive driving, but just driving under pressure. He didn't have any issues keeping Charles Dawson behind him, making sure Charles didn't have an opportunity. Of course, there was one opportunity that came with that lap traffic down at turn 14, turn 15 in the form of Alexander Bijatovic, but even that Jonas Karklis managed very well, and eventually he got the better of the situation and finished in second place. Well, that was the second place battle, of course, but out front, almost sight unseen, was Moritz Viskirchen, who dominated the race and now talks to Izzy.
He is indeed with me, Moritz. I mean, we didn't actually see that much of your race because you were off into the distance, and with the guys battling behind you, it was just clean and comfortable for you.
Yeah, it was. It was quite a lonely race. I also watched the battle in the background in the mirror, and I managed to pull the gap in the beginning. So I, just managed the pace in the end. So yeah, it was pretty relaxed.
A lonely race, though, is often a good one as well, because it means you're doing something right.
Yeah, true. Also for the championship, as we said in the start, this was now the best position.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, for the championship, very, very good. I think Adam was talking about the points very close now together. So going into tomorrow, Kenneth looking very happy over your shoulder to defend the title. But of course, this would be a first title in the GT Winter Series for you, because of course you weren't in that car with Kenneth last year when he won the championship with JMO. But good for the championship. So how do you feel going into tomorrow?
Yeah, really good. Like we still have a lot of strong drivers in the third race, so we have to see how the pace is going there. But yeah, I think we are on a good position now. So
sounds like you're quietly confident.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, we'll let you get up to the podium. Congratulations, our final winner of the day.
Quietly confident indeed, is he? Measured, but optimistic. Brilliant stuff then from the GT Winter Series. As anticipated, that one was always going to be a thriller. Race got underway then with a good start for Moritz Viskirchen. He absolutely nailed the launch off the line, but further back there was some contact. Kari Schreiner getting squeezed between Alessio Ruffini and Eimantas Navikauskas, and unfortunately that would cause a lot of tyre rub on the Utah Racing Audi, but rather weirdly not a puncture, a spin all the same. For the Audi, just losing downforce there, I think, as parts came off the rear of the Audi and spinning to the rear of the field. Meanwhile, the Cup 2 lead battle on the first lap of the race, they were daring each other to brake late, and well, both of them did. Meanwhile, Kari Schreiner was working her way back through the order in the Conrad Lamborghini, just getting past Alessio Ruffini there. And this was a very exciting battle. Jerzy Spinkovic from 7th position at this point in the race, making his way through the GT3s, getting past Simon Orange with the big straight line speed advantage of that Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Then Thomas Anderson lunged past Abkazava for 4th place, but rather overdid it coming out of turn 15. Ended up rally crossing, and Jerzy Spinkovic took the opportunity to dive forward into the lead of the Cup 4 class and 4th overall, but only for a few seconds as Shota Abkazava made it work. A second lunge, an even more audacious lunge from Spinkovic a lap later, but again, Abkazava did everything right and continued to lead in Cup 4. However, further back, another lunge, Thomas Anderson moving past Simon Orange there for 3rd in the GT3 class. Jerzy Spinkovic a couple of corners later at the first turn, making his move for the lead in Cup 4, a lead that he would retain from that point onwards. Charles Dawson was pressuring Jonas Karklis, and unfortunately Thomas Anderson, in his pursuit of further overall positions, seemingly outbraked himself into turn 16, collided with Shota Abkazava. Abkazava did finish the race in 7th and 2nd in Cup 4, where unfortunately there was suspension damage for the Porsche. He did not finish the race. Meanwhile, the wounded Utah Racing Audi continued on in its slightly undressed condition, still wearing the colours of the Lithuanian team in the FIA Motorsport Games as well. He was having a little bit of a scrap with Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury on Ahmed's first appearance in wheel-to-wheel racing, having previously done hill climbs and time attack competition. Alexander Bijatovic ran wide ahead of the race leader as he went a lap down, which allowed Moritz Viskirchen to pass the Lambo without incident. Meanwhile, Hubert Darmetko was pressuring Cristiano Maciel. This was for overall position, as was this. Kari Schreiner getting past Darmetko. Darmetko, though, of course, would end up in the wars in the pits with a puncture towards the end of the race. Meanwhile, Charles Dawson spent most of the last 20 minutes of the race desperately trying to find a way around Jonas Karklis, and for a moment he had succeeded, only to get slightly tripped up by traffic, and then you see there a big puff of brake smoke as well, just maybe slightly wearing the brakes thin towards the end of the race. All the same, Dawson ultimately finished in third place. Moritz Viskirchen won the race, and at the very end, Alexander Bijatovic spinning. Simon Orange had nowhere to go there, unfortunately. That would drop him off the GT3 class podium, Simon Orange, and Bijatovic having a difficult end to his race. Moritz Viskirchen, though, is our race winner, a race that he controlled from flag to flag. Jonas Karklis with a brilliantly earned second overall, winning the GT3 Pro Class for Engstler along the way. Charles Dawson for AKM Motorsport finishing second in class, third overall for AKM Motorsport, who of course we saw at the 6-hour Portimao at the start of February. In fourth position, the Cup 4 Unique Racing Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car, winning that category, the Cup 4 class. Jerzy Spinkovic winning the category. Cristiano Maciel in fifth position, winning Cup 1, as well as taking fifth overall. Kari Schreiner in sixth position, recovering nicely after her issues at the start of the race. Shorter Abkhazava in seventh position, of course. I think that car a little bit wounded after the collision with Thomas Anderson earlier on. Simon Orange would have been in fifth overall if it hadn't been for that collision with Alexander Bijatovic at the end of the race. Andreas Sorensen in ninth place, rounding out the overall top 10. The Cup 2 winner, Kalle Bergman, the number 44 car from Vileco Motorsports. Eimantas Navikauskas for Utah Racing in 11th position, ahead of Alessio Ruffini for Autosport Racing in 12th position, the 333 car. Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury in 13th, taking second in Cup 2 on his debut in racing. Przemysław Bienkowski rounding out that Cup 2 podium for PTT Racing in 14th. Ryan James in 15th position, winning in the Cup 1 class, albeit gaining quite a few penalties for track limits. Hubert Darmetko with a puncture during the race, but he still made it back out there to finish 16th. Bijatovic finishing in 17th place. Thomas Anderson for Razun Northern Racing, unfortunately didn't get to the checkered flag after that collision that we saw down at turn 16. Well, the race is complete. The racing for today is complete across the Winter Series categories. Of course, we've still got the podiums to bring you in just a few moments. And in fact, we can bring you those podiums now. So with no further ado, Andrew Mather, over to you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Here at the podium for the last time today, and plenty of drivers to welcome out to receive their trophies for their afternoon's work. We'll start with Cup 4 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo class. So please welcome, first of all, in third place for Autosport Racing, Alessio Ruffini. In second place for ART Line, please welcome Shota Abkhazava. And your class winner, a brilliant drive for Unique Racing. Please welcome Jerzy Spinkovic. Would also like to welcome back to the podium Florencio Caso from Pirelli, Sava and Mark from the GEDLICH to present the trophies, first of all, to our Cup 4 drivers. Some really spectacular racing for our Lamborghini Super Trofeo class here today. Drivers will have a few photos and moments to capture. And big thanks to their teams down in Parc Fermé. Big round of applause for our top 3 in Cup 4. Drivers, thank you very much. We'll see you again tomorrow. We next move to Cup 2 three drivers to welcome onto the podium. Starting first of all with the number 27 of PTT Racing. Please welcome third place, Przemysław Biankowski. In second place for A-Works Motorsport, please welcome Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury. And your winner in Cup 2 today for Willico Motorsport, driver in the number 44, please welcome Kalle Bergman. Bring the trophies out once again for our drivers in the Porsche Cup 2 category. Very well deserved. Good spirited race across the course of those laps. And with the photos taken, last few moments with the team members, plenty of smiling faces down there in pit lane. Drivers, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Again, we will see you tomorrow. Next, moving into Cup 1, two runners in the Ferrari Challenge 296 class, both prepared by AF Corsa. First of all, let's welcome driver in the number 76, Andreas Sorensen. And your winner once again in Cup 1, please welcome in the number 50, Cristiano Maciel. And once again, the trophies for our top performers. Good points again for Cristiano Maciel and the team for number 50. They'll look to repeat the same feat tomorrow if they can. All of those races can be watched here on the YouTube broadcast from MotorLand Aragón. Photos done. A quick few moments for the photographers down in pit lane. And with that complete, thank you, drivers. Thank you once again for your efforts today. And again, we will see you tomorrow. Two classes to go. We pass into the GT3 classes now. First of all, in GT3 Pro, your winner of the category for Liqui Moly Team Engster. Please welcome Jonas Karklis. And a very, very good run as well to second place overall. Under pressure throughout the course of that one. And we'll welcome the trophy for our top driver in GT3 Pro. Yeah, here it is, the trophy for Jonas Karklis, top driver in GT3 Pro here today. Just realised you're not Jonas Karklis, you're Charles Dawson. Jonas, come on out and get your trophy for first place in GT3 Pro. Apologies. There we go, we got there in the end. With photos done, I'd say it was a very good drive to second place overall. So much so I think Jonas was fully in conversation there about his race. Well done, Jonas. We'll see you again tomorrow. Now we'll welcome our GT3 drivers out of the podium for third, second and first. Great drive back through the field. Really difficult start, but in third place in GT3, picking up positions across the course of the race for Conrad Motorsport. Please welcome Carrie Schreiner. And in second place, we've already seen him once in this podium, but now we can do it properly. For AKM Motorsport, please welcome Charles Dawson. And your winner, brilliant drive, won by over 10 seconds for SR Motorsport by Schnitzlam. Please welcome the driver in car number 1, Moritz Fischkirchen. And for the last time today, we'll bring the trophies out. with a really strong run by everybody in the GT3 class. For the last time today, we'll have photos. And of course, the camera's down in pit lane. Thank you very much, drivers. We'll see you again tomorrow. And for now, though, to wrap up today's show, we'll pass the button once again down to Izzy and Adam.
Yes, indeed. Welcome down to the pit lane for the final time today. Delighted to say that, as usual, I'm joined by commentator Adam Weller, who I did say I was going to say this, is in a T-shirt. I most definitely am not going to be in a T-shirt anytime soon. And if you watched last year's stream, that's exactly what I said last year, because last year he was also in a T-shirt. Very chilly down here in the pit lane. But Adam, first day in Aragon done and dusted. Of course, we will start with the Formula Winter Series, as we always do. A first win for Kabir Anurag, a very happy Kabir Anurag, understandably.
It's those new Alpine threads, man. The new pink get-up is serving him well. Yeah, obviously he's never been on the podium in FWS before this weekend. He was with us last year for the full season as well. Had that string of fourth places last time out of Valencia, and now he's starting to come good. And the Alpine Academy driver, I think, has finally realised the potential, because we've known he's been quick this year. It's just never quite materialised.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did especially like how he was very keen to say to me on the grid that he would keep it clean. And then in the post-race interview as well said, see, we kept it clean. We're very respectful of each other, which very much liked in our interview. Right, we'll move on to the GT4s then. Of course, a continuation of their run of form in Valencia, or from Valencia, I should say, for the SR duo of Enrico Fadder and Jomo Hartling. Of course, Jomo Hartling will be taking the car tomorrow. We're going to come this way because I'm sure the cars will be being wheeled out very shortly behind us. But yeah, of course, a continuation of the run of form. But I think things are going to get a little bit spicy tomorrow with the elite McLaren of Mackenzie Cresswell, because, of course, things in the championship getting closer.
Getting close in the championship, getting close on track, getting close to people's fuses. It's an interesting time in the GT4 Winter Series paddock at the moment. As you said, that huge points lead we were talking about, even after Portugal going into Valencia, it's shrinking fast like a cheap piece of beef. And who knows what the championship situation is going to be before the end of the weekend.
Absolutely right. We are starting to have the light fading very shortly, so we'll keep this short. Prototype Winter Series, of course, potential to be wrapped up tomorrow. Danny Sufi having won every single race. And then just quickly, before we go, a word on the GTs, because a timely win for Maurice Verskirchen and Kenneth Heyer.
Yeah, this is the weekend. I was talking to Kenneth about this pre-event, you know, how if they get podiums, they'll outscore Maciel and Aguas in the overall standings. They're doing better than that. They just scored a win in the GT class, 8 points in their favour, huge for them. Really excited to see what Sunday is going to bring, not just because of that championship battle, but because of the competitiveness on the grid in the GT3 class. I promise you, Sunday in the GT Win Series is going to be absolutely astounding.
Well, we've got all of that to look forward to tomorrow, so it's going to be goodbye for now this evening here in Aragon. Make sure you join us tomorrow morning for lots more racing.
Hartling, down racing. They both go deep into the corner.